Happy New Year's to all my good people. I see y'all in here in the building. We got Miss Bev, Dar in here, Miss Sassy, Cold Pepsi. I knew you was riding, baby. Larissa say 54. I'm in the building. I see you. We riding. Happy New Year's to y'all. Everybody good? I'm hoping everybody good. Cooking with still. There you go, baby. We in here. We riding, and I hope everybody's good. I hope everybody is starting this new year off right. And one of the things I just told Boss and them backstage, man, you got to understand that some of the people that you was dealing with in 2022, they don't belong in your life in 2023. Some people can't go into the new year with you. You understand? Say we ready. Luscious said we ready. I'm glad, because there was a lot of talk about the pictures. There was a lot of talk about these pictures that Zoo Nigga put out here, and we wanted to talk about it. We ain't gonna hold y'all for a long time. We know the game on the Steelers versus the Ravens. Like it's a lot going on right now, So we ain't gonna hold y'all too long, but we still gonna do what we do, you know. But like I said, I'm glad y'all still riding. We in here, and we got a couple things to show y'all, because when we got them pictures, y'all already know. When we brought it to the round table, I mean, it was all about dissecting these pictures and whether or not you believe the pictures to be true from the crime scene. Was those actually crime scene photos? But we're gonna get into it. Say Raven Nation 45. Go Ravens. I see we got some Raven fans in the building. Tip said this better than watching the game. But you know how some people, we got some football heads in here, so I get it. But yeah, I want to discuss these pictures. I've had this conversation with my smoke sisters. I know I see some of them in the building. B Woods in here, Dara in here, Miss Sweets in here. So we talk about a lot of things in our members only live. So we've already discussed these pictures. I know where they at with it, and I want to see where y'all at with it. But y'all know how we do. I mean, y'all riding with us today. Like I said, we ain't gonna hold y'all long. But are y'all riding? Come on, y'all. We riding, baby. Welcome to the round table 2023. We in here.
Boom.
Still back at it. What's
Happy
up,
New
fellas?
Year. Happy New Year. My goodness.
What's
Much love to everybody in the chat.
We glad y'all showed up, man. Bev said she riding and she listening. Say riding with gasoline panties. I feel you, Dad. That one. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. But nothing but good energy in here. It's a safe zone. I know we don't all agree on certain details. I get it, and I respect it. It's a respect thing, most importantly. So, there are some things that we're gonna talk about tonight that even me, Boss, and John don't agree on. So it is what it is, But like I said, it's a respect thing. So, of course, we still got John, we still got Boss. It's still us riding at the round table. Do y'all want to say anything to the people before we get into this? We ain't trying to hold them long.
All I want to do is say salute to everybody in the building. Happy New Year, and rest in peace to Gangsta Boo.
Absolutely.
Yes. Happy New Year, everybody. Hopefully everybody is Got the family nice and tight. Start of a brand new year. My goodness. 2022 out and 2023 is now officially in.
That's
And
it.
this being our very first live for the new year,
Yeah.
always going to tell you things are going to get better going forward.
It's
That's for
only
sure.
gonna get better. It's only
Yeah.
gonna get better.
Much
You
love
know?
to everyone showing up on your new year to join us here on the roundtable.
Yeah, and we appreciate it because we didn't know what to expect, you know, because I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of y'all, I know some of y'all in here hungover. I know it. I know it. You know, it is what it is. I get it. Hope you enjoyed your night. You know, some of us wore out physically, mentally, emotionally. I get it. I know where y'all
Yeah.
at with it right now. You know, but again, we brought y'all here to discuss these pictures. So we're definitely going to get into that. There's a couple things that we want to touch on before we get to the pictures. And one being, you know, we know that they of course took this trip to the villa. And then we, of course, we know about the fight. We ain't got to go through all that. We know about the fight. We know it happened early in the morning. But then at some point, they called for a doctor, right? Now, I know we went back and forth about this. Some people don't even believe it even happened in that order. And I get it. Because in one of the things, and I told Boss and them, I said, well, you know, one of the things that I do want to clear up with y'all, because I've been riding with the timeline from the police report. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. And if y'all been riding with me, y'all know that. But one of the things that dawned on me is that I don't believe a lot of what Zoo nigga talking about, but he's the one who gave us the police report.
Right.
He's the one who gave us the excerpts from the police report. We don't have a document, no notarized statement. We ain't got nothing. So even that police report is based off of his words. In the information that he claimed he gathered from this informant, you know, this inside source. So even the police report, the timeline that we're using, he gave to us. Play with that. He gave us that. So, like I said, we know they called um, for a doctor, right? Or at least we think they did. I believe they did. And one of the things that we found was this right here. So when it comes to Villa Linda 32, in case of an emergency, this is the process. It says most resorts have contracts with specific medical service providers. So get the concierge to call a doctor or an ambulance. So what that told me was these kids would have had to call what, the concierge first? Is John, is that what I mean?
Yeah.
Sound
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
that to me.
that's
that's the way the narrative unfolded. They had contacted the concierge to let them know that they had a situation going on, and they responded. And from there, they took the liberty of contacting the medical people to show up there at the villa.
Yeah. Yeah. And I see some of the comments in here, and I see that some of y'all still ain't riding with him. I ain't either. I like I heard somebody said who he working for. I want to know too.
you,
Who
you
who
know
sent him?
who sent you, nigga?
Sent you.
But one thing, about this case is it's in a different country, you know what I'm saying? It's in Mexico. And things are, ran a little bit different than what we're used to.
I
So
get it.
when something stands out to you and you're like, that don't make sense, because me personally, if I have a sick friend I feel like is really sick, I'm not calling no concierge. I'm calling, I don't know if it's 911 or whatever they dial there. What's your emergency
Right.
number? You feel what I'm saying? I need
Right.
an
That's
Right.
right.
emergency number to call. But
Right.
I guess apparently that's the process that I guess maybe that was explained to them when they was checking in. I don't know.
And it could have been. It could have been. And then understand this. If I'm to believe that you have to call the concierge first, and then from there, it sounds like they determine whether or not you need a doctor or you need an ambulance. So if these kids didn't present an emergency, to them. I mean, it makes sense for this customer service rep. Like, look, well, we're just gonna send the doctor. You don't need an ambulance. It don't sound like you need an ambulance. You know,
Right. And all that was based on what was communicated over to them from Cabo 6. Correct.
right? And they didn't, from my opinion, they didn't present it as an emergency, which is why they didn't send an ambulance. They sent the doctor. And then she said, I don't believe a word come out of his mouth. I feel you, man. I feel you. But again, that's what the roundtable is for. We got to break it down. You know, it doesn't make sense. Does it fit? And that's what we're gonna get into. But like I said, these kids, if this is the process and they only sent out a doctor, then I would think that they didn't present it as an emergency. You know, like, oh, was she drunk too much? Is this, is that, is alcohol poisoning? Which, like I said, they send the doctor and then the doctor shows up. Now, this is one of the things me and John and I was going back and forth backstage. Because now we're talking about a traveling nurse. What all do y'all think she came with? She had a to-go bag. Like,
Right. I think she
Yep.
probably came with the basics, you know what I'm saying? You know, check vital signs, things like that. But of course, we know what the call stated. It was for an IV. So my assumption is she brought that along with her. But I don't
right.
think she brought no defibrillators or nothing like that.
Yeah, she ain't had none of that. She ain't had none of that. You know, she had a to-go bag. Like,
Right.
I mean, I don't even know what else to call it.
Yeah.
She ain't
Things
have
to
to
check blood pressure, check temperature, stethoscope to check the heart, a flashlight to check the eyes, the ears, things of that nature,
right,
along with a carry-on go bag IV, which would be in most cases 5% saline and the rest of it pretty much water to rehydrate someone who obviously was dehydrated, according to the report coming from Cabo 6. She
right,
has alcohol poisoning. So,
right. That's right.
yeah,
That's right. And so we know she ain't came with too much.
right.
So they told us that, and again, we going off the police report, but they said that the nurse or doctor, whatever you want to call it, because I've heard both terms, but she gets there. They call her at what, 2:13. She gets there an hour later at about 3:15. And let me ask people in the chat, when she got there, what do y'all think she did first? What did she do first? Any doctor, any nurse coming into a situation, what are they to do first?
Hey, 54,
Yeah.
take a look at the screen. Look who's in the building.
Hi, this is Liza.
I appreciate
Dragons,
that.
hidden niggas, the Mexican journalist from the Metropolis representative.
Yeah.
Okay, hello,
Yeah.
Liza.
We need welcome. And you're welcome here. Understand this. But our job, especially here at the round table, this is how we ride. You understand what I mean? And so we have to be able to break down the details. I don't care where the details are coming from. We still got to break them down. And you're welcome here. Know that. You're welcome. We appreciate you. We appreciate even him being here, regardless of how we feel about him, because I'm questioning everything he putting out here. And I'm just being honest. But I still
Absolutely.
got to see things for what it is, you know, because we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it because a lot of people had a problem with that picture. And if y'all remember, on my page, on my community wall, I put up a poll and I wanted to know how many people believed that was her in that picture. And to see the results, 61% of y'all said no, that's not her.
Wow.
61% said no. Now, understand this. When I first seen that picture, because I was in his live, when I first seen the picture, because again, I'm questioning everything he putting out here. I was like, I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know if it's true. I don't know what he up to. But the more and more we discussed this and broke it down in the background, with at the round table. I was like, y'all, that's her, didn't I? That's her.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
But one thing I would like to definitely say is for anyone who was questioning anything that he put out in the very beginning, I'm gonna tell you what pushed people over the edge is when Quella's sister was on the little news broadcast and said there was no one arrested when he stated that there were. You know what I'm saying? So for those who was iffy, that pushed them over to the other side. Like I don't believe nothing else he say then, because if you're
Right.
gonna tell us someone's arrested, of course they never gave the name, but we just assume it was Dejanay, and then her sister come out and say no one has been arrested, then how can we trust you?
Right. It's a trust thing at this point. And then one of the things that I've seen put in the chat is that he's the only one from Mexico putting the information out here. So that for a lot of us was a red flag. We're like, what? Wait a minute. Why ain't nobody else reporting on it over there?
Right.
You know? But I think she is it Liza? Is that her name?
Yes.
Yes, I think it's Liza. Yeah.
Because I would love to have her up here when we get to these pictures.
Yeah, that
I
would
mean,
be great if
it
she
would
can
be.
join us. Yeah.
If she can join us, I would love that.
Yeah, because the thing, I guess, from my perspective, looking at all of the photographs that we've looked at, locations, activities in the timeline and everything, everyone, I don't care what channel you go to get the story from, everyone is looking for clarification. And without having things clarified, not ambiguous, not vague, clarify certain things. When was the pictures taken? Who
Absolutely. That
took
is the
the
most.
pictures?
That's why
Things
I'm
of
saying
that
we need
nature.
her up here. We need her
Yeah,
up here
yeah.
because that's one of the questions that we were going to present at the roundtable. First and foremost, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all, when I seen them pictures, it looked like screenshots from a video. So
Absolutely.
then, we back here in the back, we like, well, what if he was taking these screenshots from a video? And then not only that, a lot of us we want to know where did they come from.
Correct.
And then if it's pictures or even if it's video, what's the metadata? The metadata. When were they taken?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because that's information we
What
didn't get.
times were they taken?
Absolutely.
Because it's critical to fit the timeline. If an event such as the pictures depicted on his last live have been taken, obviously metadata is going to be a very important component to that because it gives us the date, it gives us the time,
Right.
it gives us the size, the camera that took it, everything.
Right. And the one thing that stood out in his live when he was presenting these pictures to us is the time frame that he said it was taken. It just don't add up. He said it was around 3 o'clock.
He said
No.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, that can't be if we're going with what was told to us in the very beginning. That's almost impossible.
Right. And
Right.
so
The nurse hadn't showed up until 3:15.
Right. But then here was another problem. And y'all, Liza, I mean, because we like order, but yeah, we got to get right into it because I don't want to miss the opportunity to speak to her because we got questions at the round table, right? And when we seen that picture, I mean, we might as well pull it up, get to it. You understand what I'm saying? Because when we seen that picture and it's the doctor or the nurse, and Liza, if you can you clean that up for us? Was it a nurse or was it a doctor? Now, when we get to these pictures, it's the nurse or doctor, and then two like paramedics from the Red Cross. This picture, when asked, Zuniga said it was taken at 3:15 or 3 something like that. Didn't he say like 3:15?
Yeah, 3:00.
Yeah.
But from my understanding, Red Cross wasn't even there yet.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So this picture couldn't have been at that time.
And a couple of things that we also spoke about is things that he said in previous lives, whether it was on, he only did one live on his channel, but he spoke on other people's channels and he said one thing and then on someone else's channel, he changes it. And I found that out that he does that a lot, but he never corrects himself. He just keep it
Right.
moving. Like, I don't give a damn what I said prior, but this is what I'm saying now. You know what I'm
That's what I'm
saying?
saying now. It is what it is, you know.
Right.
And when you're dealing in these sensitive cases, especially like Shanquella case, if you have all this inside information, clean it up for us. Clean it up. And that's we're not really getting that. You understand what I'm saying? But again, when you look at that picture,
I'm
um,
sorry.
oh, now you're okay because I seen somebody had said something about she was already dead in that picture, that they don't look uh it's and I'm gonna be honest with you. When I saw it, one of the things that I said to the guys, I'm like, I made the same observation. And I'm like, well, they don't look like they doing nothing. It's like at this moment, she gone. She gone. She dead. Ain't nothing else to do for her. So I don't know. What do y'all think? Like I don't know.
Yeah, this looks like the actual end, if you will, of whatever service that they were there to provide Shanquella during the time of this event. You know, just the still shot alone, the shot to the right, gives you an indication. The Red Cross is not working on her. The doctor looks like she's has her hands in her lap, and they're just looking at Shanquella now. You
Right.
know, so it gives you the impression that, you know, there's nothing more we can do here. And then someone took a picture. Now,
Mm,
was it part of the crew that came with the Red Cross? Is this a police officer at the scene at the time
right.
taking this photo or video per se?
And
Right.
and and what I would like to ask Liza if she's still in the building. Um, who arrived first, or did they arrive at the same time? Was it the police?
Right.
Was it
Did
the
they come
medic? We
together?
got a feeling who arrived first, but we would like to know that from you if you know.
Yeah. If you know, please tell us. I was looking at the comment that Shadow made, and she said that the maid found her in the bedroom, nurse found her in the living room. But understand this. So here's the thing. So one of the stories that came out, Zoo Nigga told us that um the maid found her in the bedroom. Then we had Nazir's story. Don't forget his story. He said that when he got there, she was in the game room, but when he was on that phone call to them on his way to the villa, he said that they were already telling him that Shanquella was sick and that a maid found her in the bathroom. So we got the maid finding her in the bathroom. We got uh the maid finding her in the bedroom. Then we got Nazir when he said when he got there, she was in the game room.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then on the death certificate, and according to the doctor, they found her in the living room. So we got her in what, 3 different places at this point. So she clearly is being moved around.
Right. Right. What I'm
Clearly.
going to do too is I'm going to drop the link for Liza if she's still in the chat, so that this way she can join us
Absolutely. I would love
to.
that.
Okay.
I would
So
love that.
we'll get
And
that.
understand this, y'all. This at this point, y'all know how we do. We got to speak the piece at the end.
Yeah.
But we're gonna drop that link, and it's just for her. We got questions at the round table. Let's get it. Let's go.
Yeah.
We riding, baby.
It would be great if she can join us and explain with a little bit more detail, clarification as to this particular picture, since it was brought up. It's important to the timeline. It's important to the story.
Right. She
Yep.
said the
Now, I just
doctor
want to
arrived first
y'all want to
at 3.
correct. Y'all want to explain. We want to know what time did the medics get there, not the doctor. We know what time the doctor got there. We talking about the medics because we see the medics here with the doctor, and he said this picture was taken around 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Yeah.
From what we know, they didn't call. Well, like you said, Winter didn't call for 911 until what, after 4?
4:20.
Yeah. So what time did the medics get there versus the police? Because we heard that the police was questioning them outside, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yep.
And
Correct.
we had Larissa said, who dressed her? And that was another question. Because here's the thing. And this, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I feel like, and I know, again, I know some of y'all on Nazir asked, but that was one of the questions that I would have for him. That when he got there, was she naked? Or did she have these clothes on right here? I feel like Nazir could possibly help clear this up by telling us what she was wearing when he arrived.
When he got there, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
You
Yep.
know? But that was a big deal because now we have her dressed at this point. Um, and it's like that go back to John, like we were talking about the severity of her injuries. I mean, I don't think she dressed herself.
Of course
No,
not.
neither
Really
do I.
don't.
Neither
Of
do
course
I. Because with the atlas luxation and the lower spinal injury, from one point to the other, and thank you, boss, um, to bring this up here, the x-rays, and these are actual x-rays at the top, of a complete atlas luxation. This is a complete severing,
Right.
disconnection, if you will, between C1 and C2 in the spinal column, the vertebrae. The
Mm,
lower pictures show you a fracture, whereas the pictures on top show you a complete dislocation.
and without
Where these nerves detach
right,
and then affect the central nervous system, going all the way down the body to the tips of the toes.
right.
What is the degree of her injury? What is the severity of this atlas luxation? There are different degrees and different severities. We don't know either or how much of the injury affected her during that time. I think we have Elizabeth.
Now I'm wondering, is that Liza?
I think
Uh,
so.
I don't know. Liza, if you can give us a wave in your camera real quick, if it's you,
Because right now your
because I have
screen is black.
a dark screen. I don't know if it is Liza.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
her.
Tell you what, this is
It's
what we're
her.
okay.
gonna do.
It's
Okay. You
her.
can.
Just to be on the safe side, this is what we're gonna do, and then
Okay.
we'll
We'll
bring
keep
up.
it.
I just want to hear
We'll
a
keep
voice.
this. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna bring up.
Okay.
Good
Liza, is
evening,
that you?
everyone. Yes,
Good
it is me.
evening. Welcome to the round table. I'm so glad you could join us. We
My,
want to hear from you.
my pleasure. I am able to answer any questions on behalf of Mr. Geraldo Suniga. I'm going to say this, please. Don't offend me. Don't get hostile with me. I
Oh,
just trying to
absolutely not.
clarify because I just trying to um close the gap between the barrier communication between the
Yes.
English and the Spanish.
Right.
And
Oh no.
I am recovering from a stroke, so I don't need no stress or nothing like that. But I'm more than
Right.
welcome to help you guys understand what is going on as far
Right.
as any information he has provided already.
Absolutely. And let me just say this. First and foremost, welcome to the round table. We appreciate you so much, okay? For even having the courage to come up here and sit with us. Okay? I appreciate it. And one thing I will tell you, you do not have there will not be a problem. You will not be disrespected. We just want answers. That's it. This is a safe zone over here. It's a
Sure.
safe zone. You know, and I want you to know that we of course we got questions. That's it, nothing more. We got questions because some things coming from him is unclear to us. Okay,
Okay.
but we appreciate you coming here and trust and believe. Like I said, this is a safe zone. We don't ride like that over here. We don't. So you
Okay.
won't have no problems. Like I said, we just got questions. And I know we're gonna have people in the chat putting their questions in there for you. But one of the things that he gave us was those pictures, of course. Now, you
Sure.
said that no, okay, let's clear this up. Was it a nurse or a doctor?
It is a doctor.
Okay, it's a doctor.
It
Okay, that's
always been a doctor. The situation of the nurse came from Nasir that confused her with a nurse. But Dr. Carolina has always been a doctor
right.
from the
Okay,
AMC hospital.
American Medical Center. Okay.
Hmm.
right. Now, when we get to that picture, and they said that when asked when that picture was taken, let me just ask you this: is there any metadata attached to this picture where he can give us a specific time as to when this picture was taken?
I don't know about the metadata because I'm not into the digital stuff, but I can tell you that that picture was taken approximately like 5 minutes to 5 o'clock Mexican time. So basically, the doctor arrived between 3:13 and 3:30. At
Okay.
4:20, Winter placed a call for the ambulance on request. The paramedics arrived like close to 5 o'clock, and then the police arrived between 5:20 and 5:25. That is the proper order.
Okay.
So when Mr. Suniga was asked around what time that picture was taken, he said after approximately 3 o'clock. And
Oh, he
if
said
you
after.
notice, if, if you notice on the police report that he provided, there's not really a specific time in which the paramedic arrived. It's not. I'm pretty sure that he would
Right.
have
It wasn't
mentioned
in
it.
there. You are
So it
correct.
is.
It wasn't in there.
As I say, using the logic is Winter placed the call at 4:20 for an ambulance. I'm going to say based on the supposed work that they did on our Queen Shanquella, I'm going to say that the paramedic arrived between 5 minutes to 5 o'clock or 5 o'clock around that frame of
And now
time,
you're
Mexico
talking,
time.
yeah, now you're talking about the Red Cross, the folks
The
that
Red
we see
Cross, the
also in
Red
the
Cross,
picture. Okay.
the Red Cross, exactly. Which
So
they're
Okay.
not even AEMT. They are the Red Cross. So let me correct that so it won't be no confusion.
so I have a question, and so does someone in the chat. The same question I have, and I know we're talking about the pictures, but at the same time, I know you heard us speaking on the arrest. Why is there conflicting stories about that?
It is not that there's conflicting story. First of all, Mr. Geraldo Suniga is not a YouTube blogger. He is an investigative journalist. He has sources, confidential sources, all over the place in Mexico because he's been doing this for 27 years. He did not just piggyback on the death of our Queen Shanquella to start to get advantage of the situation. This case fall into his lap when he was taking care of another story of an American 73-year-old Colorado resident who got kidnapped in Mexico, and unfortunately, he also got killed. While he was doing that investigation and reporting on the case, that's when somebody confidentially wanted to ask him from the police how come he was not reporting about the young sister, and he didn't even knew about it. They gave him her name, and they told him to go into social media and do his work, and that's what he did. He went into the Shanquella Robinson and stuff like that. He followed the trade of his or the friendship, getting all the way into Winston Salem community, and that's where he found the video, the viral video,
So
and he took it
so
from there. Hmm.
so, which the sister says she's not arrested. Can you tell us is she arrested or not?
I'm going to tell you exactly what he said. He's not retracting because that's the information that his source provided him.
Okay.
So I just gonna stick exactly with what he said, and that is
Absolutely.
the reason why he's retracting. You guys also got to understand that as well as the FBI that they got a silent, they're not making any comments. So is the government of Mexico. They're not making any comments. So it's a reason why they're not making any comments.
Okay.
But
Now
they
let me.
Okay.
said
Now.
that.
Okay. Go
Mhm.
ahead. I'm sorry.
And
No. Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
it's not a arrest. It's a detention pending extradition. Once Miss Dejanay Jackson touched Mexican soil, that's when she's going to be arrested because there's not a warrant of arrest in the United States. The warrant of arrest is Mexico, and that's where she is a fugitive from. So basically, this is not just criminal situation. This is also a diplomatic situation
Right.
between two nations, sovereign nations, and many departments are involved on both sides of the field.
Now let me ask you this. And you may have already answered it, and maybe I missed it, but the photos that he presented to us was that from a video, or was those actual photos from the crime scene, or was it
As,
taken from the video?
as far as I understand, there are photos that one of his sources provided to him that apparently was present on that day of the situation or on October 29th at the Villa. One of his confidential sources provided that information to him, and there are photos.
Their
There were
photo.
five of them.
Okay, photos.
As
Okay,
far as what he told you, correct?
That is the information that was provided from him to me. Oh, yeah, from him to me.
okay.
Has
So
he
okay, go
has
ahead.
he turned these photos over to the authorities yet?
Yes, he has already turned it in to the Mexico prosecutor. He hand delivered it specifically to Mr. the prosecutor De La Rosa. He also took a picture of him in front of the um the building because De La Rosa did not allow him to take a picture of him and as he was hand delivering the folders. But
Okay.
he did deliver them on the interview was Tuesday. First thing at 11 o'clock on Wednesday morning, he delivered the special like he promised. And also, the FBI, the FBI agent assigned to the Shanquella Robinson case in Mexico were also was made aware of it. And I also understand that people also reported it to the FBI agent Lynch in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay. Now I seen one question on there, and somebody asked, how far is the Red Cross um from the villa? And we do have that. This is not a and Liza, you may know this, but one of the things that we found was that and I think we have that on the map. It was uh hold on one sec.
You doing
Oh,
some
John,
mat
you
work?
pulling up map work. We in map
Mat work?
work. Okay.
Give me 1 second.
So on the map, we're gonna show you how far the Red Cross was from the villa. That was one of the things that we wanted to know. It was a question that we had. And of course, we went looking for the answer. And John, he gonna show y'all here in just a minute.
Yeah.
You know, the map work, that's his area. That's what he does.
Yes, sir.
Hey, LaShawn, say WTF. Yeah, say should also be footage of people arriving and leaving the villa. Very easy to confirm for law enforcement.
And while
Okay.
he get that pulled up, by any chance, do you know who was the person taking these pictures?
Taking the picture.
Was that law enforcement? Was that another medic? Was it a friend? No, do you know?
It's not. It was not a friend.
Okay.
It was not the a person. No, it was not the Cabo Six. And as you can see, it was not the paramedic. No, the cross that the 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 Red Cross or staff or paramedics that are there. And I cannot burn the source or who provided the pictures,
Okay.
but just to that's as clear as I can
Right.
be. And I know it can be frustrated, but again, like I say, Mr. Geraldo Zuniga is an investigative reporter. So they just like a police in the United States that may have confidential informants, and the
Right.
prosecutor may have, the same applies to him. The only difference is that he is not hold to the responsibility that he can reveal whatever he
Right.
discovered during his investigation until everything is gathered. Unlike the prosecutors and the police, that they got to keep it hidden from the public. He's a journalist.
Right. And I understand that. I do. I do understand that. Um,
And the
and,
folks, I just want to jump in here real quick. And the folks from the Red Cross, Cruz Roja Mexicana, that is the Red Cross folks that we see in the picture, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so they came from this location almost 45 minutes to go from here all the way to Villa 32 to give service to Shanquella on the 29th of October.
I have no idea where they came from. They could have been already on the street, not necessarily in the station, but I have no
Okay.
idea where did that with when they received the call, how far away from the bay were there. So I'm not gonna answer that question because I really
Okay.
don't know.
Okay,
And
right.
you
that's
guys
fine.
know an ambulance could be on the way to a station here in the United States, and all of a sudden they get a call, and or they could be at lunch, and you see them all of a sudden, that they got to run because they received the call, they got a radio.
Right. Because
Right.
here's the thing. So
Hmm.
based off of the police report, it says that the that emergency crews were called at 4:20. And so
That,
when you
mhm.
think time frame, when John, if you go back to like how much time it takes, we're talking 40 45 minutes. If they're coming from the station, you did make a good point, Miss Liza. Even coming from the if they're coming from the station, we're talking about 40 minutes because we know they ain't got to stop at no stoplights, no none of that. You know, um, so let's say 40 minutes. So if the call was placed at 4:20, 40 minutes would be 5 o'clock. So I remember you mentioned something about the Red Cross, what showing up at because
between
clear
5 minutes to 5 o'clock or 5 o'clock approximately, because I know they arrived before the police, and
police.
based on the information that they provided CPR and 14 CPR, adrenaline, and defibrillator. Where me being part of the medical field, I kind of figure that take time in between treatment. So
That's
I say, they came before there has to be some time to provide that kind of medical assistance, supposedly. So that's why I say it has to be between probably 5 minutes to 5 or 5 o'clock. And then
right.
I know that the police arrived at 5:20, but really there is no information as far in the report exactly when they arrived. But I
It-
just give them some time to
right.
at least,
And you're
and I
absolutely
and
correct.
I want to let you guys know I am not in Mexico. I'm right here in the United States, right with you guys. So
Okay.
I've never been to Mexico. I don't know anything about Mexico. I just feel compelled to help Mr. Geraldo Zuniga because I
Right.
really got frustrated when I saw how when he was trying to help, everybody was attacking him and
Right.
insulting him and also being xenophobic. And I was born and raised in Puerto Rico on the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I've been in the state for 30 years. So even though I'm recovering from the stroke, God put it in my heart to reach out to this man to try to help, because a lot of the problem that also happened when he went in out of programs, he first came out in the interview with am I allowed to mention other YouTubers on blog, or no, I can't mention the names. I don't know what is your policy on that. But he came out in two programs,
Okay.
and both of the interviewers speak Spanish. So they were very decent interviews. The
Right.
problem became of misinformation when there was the other YouTubers who interview him, provided translators that really didn't know, excuse my language, what the hell they were saying. They was not even translating the proper question in English, much less translating the proper answer in Spanish. They was just basically saying whatever they wanted, and that fall is as a responsibility on him because you guys don't understand what he say.
Right. And I do. That makes sense to me. And that was one of the phrases that we used, especially in the background at the round table, was things being lost in translation. You know,
Exactly.
like,
And
so
Correct.
and so we
Correct.
definitely understood that. We do. We get that part, you know. But one of the things, and let me just ask you this. One of the things was that he told us that she was dead when the maid found her right after the fight.
that is correct.
So, and I know you just made mention of having medical in your background. So my thing is
Hmm.
that if she was already dead at noon or somewhere around noon, then what was all
Actually, to be honest with you, as you've been following exactly what he has been reported and what other people who are bloggers like yourself and had questions just like now, you went and got the map and figure out exactly how far the station was from the Red Cross for
right,
the Red Cross. Other people has been breaking down every single detail that he has provided and investigated it. It's already has been established, as far as I know as of today, that Miss Shanquella Robinson died between the hours of 7 a.m. and 12 noon. That was the first thing that he said. But other people went if even farther based on the picture and the lighting of the sun. They realized it was sunset. I mean sunrise. And they
right.
pinpointed the sunrise on October 29, 2022 in Mexico time to be at 7:22 a.m.
Okay,
So
so
this
okay, go ahead. I'm
mhm.
sorry.
So it's the sunrise at 7:22 a.m. and we could see that fight around that time. And the
Yeah,
autopsy said that the type of injuries that she sustained about the atlas on subluxation and on the spinal cord injury, the maximum time that she was going to be alive after receiving that type of injury is 50 minutes. As you add, 7:35, 50 minutes, that's 7:55. Miss Shanquella Robinson, our queen, was dead before 8 o'clock a.m.
okay, so now let me ask you this. Okay, so then my question is this. If that is to be true, if I'm to go with that, because I'm gonna be honest with you, Ms. Liza, I don't believe that. I don't ride with it.
Okay,
But
okay.
I'm open. I'm open-minded, right? So if I am to believe that when the doctors got there and then when the paramedics arrived, what was the purpose? Excuse me. What was the purpose of the CPR and the the AED shocks? What? Why? I mean,
Okay, what I think that you guys are missing in this picture is that the same people who call themselves friends, who supposedly said that Miss Shanquella was suffering from alcohol poisoning, who also left Mexico without her body, without even trying to stay and figuring out what medical forensic they was going to take the body to say, you know what, Mr. Robinson, Miss Robinson, this is the information of the funeral home where you could find the body of your daughter. This
mm,
is this info. Remember who we're dealing with
right,
and what is going on. They escaped Mexico because of a lie. Because if they would have already told 911, the concierge, that
yeah,
they was fighting that girl, and all of a sudden that girl died, it would no longer be an accident. It would have been a crime.
right. And see, I guess that's one of the issues that I have because if I'm to believe that she's already dead, I'm not really understanding. And again, medical, I don't have medical in my background, but I ain't stupid either. Right. So so I'm just not understanding why there would even be the need for the AED shocks, which is the defibrillator, the 14 rounds of CPR. What was the purpose of that if you want me to believe that she was already gone? If she's already dead, it's
Oh,
done.
okay. The purpose of it will be first ask yourself the question to believe or not to believe. Just because that doctor reported those procedures on the police report doesn't necessarily mean that they actually occur.
Mm,
And that's
okay.
why the picture is so important, because it used to mean you can notice the face of the um cross on Red Cross on paramedics. Can you see like their faces? Like they like trying to figure out what the heck is going on here?
Right.
Right.
Do
Right.
you see that they bag, the paramedic bag is still on their back?
Right. You're right. That's right.
Do you see the face of the doctor? Does that look like a face like she was worried or concerned or looking guilty? Those are the questions. This doctor arrived at approximately 3:13, 3:30, saw that she wasn't responsive, but at the same time, wait a minute, said that she supposedly said that she was suffering from alcohol poisoning, tried to put an IV that didn't work. Did you ask yourself why the IV didn't work when she was trying to put the IV on her?
Mm-hmm.
How do a
Right.
dead person go into a seizure though?
She went into a seizure.
How?
Why?
She was dead.
Exactly. Exactly. So
But
basically, what is if she tried to put the IV on a dead person, the little bit of oxygen that that body still have basically is going to come out, and that's what they saw as a seizure.
right. And so because I'm seeing a lot of comments about the doctor. Um, and even with the whole idea of an IV being used, like Boss said, how do you put an IV on a dead person? Like it just to me,
It's impossible. That's why the IV did
Right.
not work, and she reported it that she couldn't get the IV to work.
Yeah, because the
but
thing
but
was
then the
dead.
question is, if as a doctor, I'm sure she know a dead body from an alive body.
Exactly.
She does.
So so then why do you think she chose to do an IV if this person that she's working on is already deceased?
Okay. She arrived at 3 o'clock when they called the concierge. Supposedly it was alcohol poisoning. She arrived. Um, Friends don't want to take her. She advised the friends that they needed to take on Shanquella to the hospital.
Right.
What did the friends say? No.
So
The
when,
friends
when
the friends wanted her to be treated there at the villa.
And then once they wanted her, why now that you know that they wanted her to be treated there at the Villa, why do you think they wanted her to be treated there at the Villa? Because the minute they would have taken her into the ambulance to a hospital, they would have realized that this was more than a fight. I mean, the alcohol poisoning.
But
what,
understand this, the
what
fact that
yeah.
there's a doctor on the scene, that doctor there, to me, I feel like the doctor realized that it was more than what she was led to believe. You
And
know,
Absolutely.
she does, and she does. And that's why, as you notice, when Nasir did his little interview, he threw the doctor through the bus, under the bus, like you guys said,
Right.
because
right.
she claimed in the report that she didn't saw any injuries.
Wait, whoa,
But
whoa, 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 whoa.
Nasir,
Whoa, whoa,
What
whoa, whoa.
mhm,
report?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
and
Because in the
in
report
the
it didn't
police,
say that. In
in
the,
the
re-
police,
go ahead. I'm
okay,
sorry.
read what the police reports say. What do you have as understanding?
Okay, so from my understanding, when it doesn't mention anything about visible injuries. They talk about the her being unresponsive, like she's inebriated, that she had stable vital signs. That's what's in the police report, right? And again, if we're talking dead body, ain't no stable vital signs. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Hmm.
So that part confuses me, but they didn't mention any injuries. I will admit that it doesn't say anything about any injuries. But when Nazir came out and gave his statement, he said that he noticed the busted lip, the busted eye. He said, but the doctor pointed out the bump on her head. So during this assessment, because one of the questions that I asked at the beginning of the live that it was that if when the doctor got there, the very first thing she would have done was assess the situation. An
Absolutely.
assessment. She would have done an assessment.
That's
So
exactly.
you know, so I mean, when you think in time, you know, about how long does it take? What, 10, 15, 20 minutes to do an assessment? To me, while she was assessing the body, is when she made reference to Nazir, or even just to those kids down there, period, about the bump on her head. So she's watching, she's observing what's going on. But what we knew to be true now, with her neck being broke, a cracked spine, those are non-visible injuries.
Correct.
That is correct. That is correct.
So none of them knew the severity of her injuries. None of them.
Correct.
None of them,
Correct.
including the
Yep.
doctor.
Yep.
That is correct.
Now, doing this assessment, she checking pulses and all this. There's none. But we got to send her to the hospital. For what? For what?
Right.
Why? Okay.
Made me think there was a pulse. I'm gonna be honest with you, Miss Liza. That's what makes me think there was a pulse. And I feel like once she assessed the situation and was like, look, this ain't alcohol poisoning. Y'all tripping. This ain't alcohol poisoning. She's a doctor. She's not stupid. This ain't alcohol poisoning. And so I feel like that would have prompted her to be like, look, y'all need to take her to the hospital.
And she did. And they say no. From the minute she got there, immediately the Cabo 6 let her know that this lady, Shanquella, had alcohol poisoning and that they needed and that she needed an IV.
But and again, and I get that, but it goes back to my question: if she's already dead, and I see some people putting in the chat that rigor mortis had already set in. You're not putting the IV
Exactly.
in somebody who.
Exactly.
Right.
So I'm confused. That
Rigor
confused.
mortis had already set in, and that was already established from when the maid found her. That she said that when she touched her, she was cold, and it seemed like she was already hard. When she went to look for the friends that were in another area of the billiard to let them know that something was wrong with her friend, with Shanquella.
Now, the maid found Shanquella at what time?
At noon.
At noon. So this would be 12 noon. She came there for service or came there to
Yes,
provide a
she
service?
came for service, doing her normal duties or cleaning or whatever. I don't know if the Cabo 6 called her for service, but I know that she was there cleaning. She came
Right.
to clean and freshen up.
Now, this information, or was this a conversation between the housekeeper and Heraldo? Did he, in other words, did he get this information directly from the maid at that
Right.
time?
From his sources. And I'm going to
From
say
his
this
sources, okay.
from his sources. At this moment, I can only say it came from his sources. Probably
Okay.
once he reveal a little bit more, I will be able to discuss a little bit more. But right
Okay.
now, I just got to say it came from his sources.
So,
Right.
Okay.
And so the healing channel says that the maid said she was cold and went and notified the friends, but not 911. So, Miss Liza, you think that a maid came in there, found her dead, and she went and got the friends and didn't report it to 911?
I don't think that she said that she fully believed that she was dead. She just noticed that she was cold to the touch and kind of hard, and she went to get the villa wasn't by its own. The patrons of the villa, which Cabo 6 was still in the villa. So she went and did the normal thing, notified the party, hey, one of your friends look like she's sick. You guys better go and check on her.
so
That happened at noon.
I have a question.
The friends didn't call the concierge until 2:13.
So if we're gonna go by what Zuniga is actually giving us and everything that you just broke down to us from this, she died between 7:22 and noon. and the nurse came at 3:13. The maid found her at noon, and she was cold and hard. What's everything that happened after that picture, which you just told us it was around 5? He told us at 3. So what's all this stuff after 5 o'clock? I mean, after 3 o'clock, if she was dead when the doctor got there, and he says that they got there pretty much the same time, but you said that's not true. Who do we believe?
Okay,
See, that's the problem.
okay, wait a minute, hold on. I don't understand your statement. Repeat that again.
Okay, so okay, I'm sorry. Let me back up. So if she died anywhere between 7:20 and noon, which is that's what he told us.
That's
The maid
correct.
came in at noon and found her.
That's
So it had to
correct.
happen before that. And you said the type of injury she had last 15 minutes
No,
without
I
anyone.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said the autopsy say that with the type of injury she had, which was the atlas subluxation and the
Right.
spinal cord injury, the approximate time of death was 15 minutes after the injury.
That's what I just said.
No, but I just wanted to make sure that that's the information that is revealed in the autopsy.
Right. That's what I said. You said the type of injury, atlas
Mhm.
luxation, about 15 minutes. You said 15, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So
Okay.
if you
So
take that
15 minutes.
scientific information and you take it back to the fight where we see that it happened in the morning when she fell on that floor sitting down and she didn't get back up, and you apply 15 minutes to that time from the time she incurred her injury,
Right.
that
Now
was
let
before 8 o'clock.
So
okay.
okay.
So
Go ahead, 54.
because I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't ride with the 8. I'm sorry, I can't.
Okay,
You know,
I do understand
I
that.
respect you though. I do. I respect you, but I need more details before I ride with that.
Mhm.
But the problem, one of the problems that I had, because everybody we were relying on the video that we had, but once that video cut off, we don't know what happened after that. One of the things that when we broke down this video, and like I said, I don't have medical in my background, but with this atlas luxation and a cracked spine, one of the things that we notice is even toward the end of that video, she has her hand up to her face. So there's still movement in her arms. So I don't know what happened after the video. I don't know. I think I'm having a hard time even processing exactly when she sustained those injuries. Yeah, was that a brutal attack? Absolutely. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, I don't think I haven't narrowed down exactly when she sustained those injuries.
Okay, and
And
I can
and
Right.
respect.
go ahead.
I can respect that, but I can also say to help you all a little bit. So
Absolutely.
far, there has been many interviews like Nancy Gray, who has had several medical professional in her panel. There have
Right.
been other people who have had medical professional in the panel, and they have showed in the video. And based on the medical opinion, that during that fight that went on when they allegedly Dejanay twist her and slam her on the floor. The
Okay.
way she fell, she hurt her spinal cord, which paralyzed her leg, and also the amount of blows that she sustained in the neck area, including a kick, and it also like a certain position, like she kind of put her knees on the neck area, a certain pressuring down. That's when the internal decapitation or the atlas subluxation happened. And
See,
that's not me. That's according to the professional opinion of other doctors that have reviewed that.
so I'm with
But
Invisible Woman. I'm riding with you, Invisible Woman. She
the
said, "How
reason
do we?"
why I am invincible is because I
No,
didn't know
no,
you were going to have me on the
no,
panel.
no. I'm sorry. Wait a minute, Miss Liza. I'm sorry. There was a subscriber. We have a subscriber in the building. She goes by Invisible Woman, not you.
Oh, okay. I
I
was
would,
thinking you were calling me invincible. That's why I'm like,
but
oh,
no.
wait a minute.
Oh no. I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't do that. But no. The subscriber that goes by Invisible Woman, she said, "How do we know that was the final blow?" And see, that's where I'm at with it, because once the video cut off, I don't know what happened after that. I don't know if she got up and moved around or was kicked. I don't know. I don't. I don't know. I mean, and you're correct. That could have been an injury that left her where she was, where we last seen her. But again, it's all speculation at this point. If we don't know what happened after that, there's no more video footage.
And you are absolutely right. There's no more video footage, but we got to believe that if they issue a warrant arrest for the direct aggressor coming from the Mexican government, there has to be enough evidence that they felt enough probable cause in order for them to issue the warrant in Mexico, and decided that this was not an accident, that it wasn't even a homicide, it was a feminicide, and request the government of the United States to start the procedure to extradite this fugitive. So I am assuming that the Mexico government has determined, after they reopened the case, based on the information that they got, interviews, blah blah blah, and this and that, that that was the final blow,
Okay. And like
and they
CN,
issued the
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
warrant for the direct aggressor. They also specified that that was not a fight; it was a direct assault.
And it was. We definitely agree with you. I that it was a brutal attack on this girl. I get it.
So based on that information that the prosecutor De La Rosa has issued as the reason why he is proceeding with the warrant for the extradition, or whoever it is for, we assuming that since that's the only viral video that we have seen,
Mm-hmm.
that's what he referring to.
Right.
Because that's all I could tell you. I don't really know any more details. I just helping Geraldo. I don't
Absolutely.
try to have him give me additional information that he hadn't put it there, because I don't want to compare. What's the word? Compa- when you have to divide your mind in different areas, you know what I mean? Compare. Can you guys help me? I know you know what I'm
Compatible?
trying to say.
Compatible?
No, it's like compartments. Like divide my mind in different areas, as to
Com-
remember. Okay, this has not been public yet, or this is public. So when I speak with him, I try just to go as you guys are getting informed. I am getting informed. I don't try for him to give me stuff that he may have that he haven't published, because I don't want to talk on something that he haven't said yet.
right.
So I'm finding out about the information at the same time as you guys.
Right. And now let me ask you this. If and I get it. I definitely understand that. But do you see some of the discrepancies that we have? Do you see some
Yeah,
of the discrepancies within time? Because I'm real big on time. Anybody that's been in here riding with me, I know you probably don't know me, Miss Liza, but anybody that's been riding with us, period. Me, boss, John, we're real big on timeline.
the first thing that I want you guys to understand is, until you guys don't understand that there was a cover up, there was a cover up, there were lies. Until you guys don't get that idea in your mind, as much as you try to make sense of the time, until you don't accept that there was a cover up, you will not be able to open the perspective to other possibilities or questions, because you're writing on certain things thinking that it's honesty. But remember, there was a corruption, there was a cover up.
Right.
What?
And like
Miss
that,
Liza,
timeline is everything.
yeah,
Everything. Timeline is everything. And the problem is, and I think that's what a lot of us are confused about, is the fact that the timeline is all over the place. And now I get the whole, it may be a cover up, this, that, and the other. But now we're going into territory where it was like, I remember hearing Zuniga mention the person who owns the villa. We don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. But
And I
it's like,
don't know.
let me ask you this.
Amira, me being here in America, I want to make sure that Lisa don't know either and don't want to know until all of you guys know.
Mm.
Mm.
But as far as I know, he's very powerful.
Now, let me ask you this. Why would you think, why do you think there was a possible cover up outside of the friends? Now, we know the friends was moving funny. They was moving real funny. But anything
Okay,
outside of that, when we start talking, that the doctor lied, the police lied, the paramedics lied, what reason comes to mind for you? For what reason?
well, I'm going to give you three reasons: corruption, which we already know there was corruption; tourism; and the economy. Prestige of the villa or reputation, or possible ramifications of having a murder scene in such a prestigious location, and not just a murder scene, a murder of an American citizen.
Mm,
And I also want you guys to know that it has become the reason why Mexico has to step up, and instead of just being a homicide, use step up the law and be more aggressive with the feminicide, is because in the past decade there has been a wave of female killing or unalive that has become an epidemic. And that week alone, there was three other people who died. The following day, there was another person who died from supposedly um on feminicide. So that's big in Mexico. And the other thing is that the biggest cover up or medical reason to fall back is the alcohol poisoning,
right. And
intoxication.
Wonderland, and that is correct. And again, me and my smoke sisters, we broke down the video. We watched it. It wasn't blurred. We wanted to see exactly what was going on in this video. And I see some of my smoke sisters in the building. They'll tell you what we saw. And toward the end of that attack, she still has her hand up to her face, almost as if she's trying to protect her face. And then when we learned about the injuries, about the busted lip, the busted eye, I mean, at this point, I'm thinking her eye leaking, her face leaking. Now I know I got some fighters in the building. Everybody, all y'all might not be fighters, but I know I got some fighters in the building. And she had her hand up to her face as if she was trying to still like protect her face. Because I mean, again, her eye busted, lip busted, she leaking. And so I just don't understand, and maybe we got some medical people in the building right now, but I'm just not understanding with these injuries that we learned that she sustained internally. How is that possible for her to still be able to move her upper body? Let's say that, move her upper body, because one of the
Okay,
things we did notice was that she did not move her legs.
with
We
the
do know
with
that.
the little bit of background that I have of medical field as a massage therapist, when Miss Shanquella fell on the floor, she was paralyzed from the feet down immediately.
From the feet down, or you
Uh-huh,
mean legs down?
immediately. Yeah, she wasn't paralyzed from her feet down when when she got slammed on and she fell on the floor or onto the floor. Immediately, she was paralyzed from her feet down. That's why you see that she doesn't move her feet. But the 50 minutes on period of time that they say that it takes for the person to transition once the injury is incurred, from what other medical people has explained that have seen the video, Miss Shanquella was able to see, she was able to listen, she was not able to talk anymore.
And that's
She,
the thing. See,
I, I,
here's the problem. And with that statement you just made, Miss Liza, here's the problem for me. Because I keep going back to this. The fact that the video ended immediately after that. I don't know what she said, what she did. We don't know. None of us knows. So when I hear people say, oh, well, she wasn't talking no more, she wasn't moving no more. How do we know that? This is the only video we have. That's what
because
confuses me.
it is a combination of the fact is you combine what you saw in the video and you combine the cause of reason of death in the autopsy and the 15 minutes that the autopsy say that once she incurred in that injury, she will be totally deceased. And the medical opinion, because when she got internally decapitated, they basically what happened was that the flow of oxygen and blood to the brain was no longer there.
Right.
So
Yeah.
the
Okay.
spinal cord is trying like to wait a minute, something happened. I'm not getting no ear, I'm not getting no blood, and it's trying, struggling and fighting to try to keep her alive. But eventually, there's no oxygen, there's no oil, there's no more communication. So it takes 15 minutes for her to die from that type of injury.
Mm.
Almost
So
like
that's
if
what you.
she,
Mhm.
almost like if she suffocated into
It's not
death at that
exactly.
at that point with the internal decapitation or dislocation of the atlas luxation. And that
So
makes sense because
um,
if you
mhm,
stop breathing, the brain is now deprived of oxygen. Blood
exactly.
is now deprived of moving and circulating, and you're going to go into respiratory failure at that
And
point. So,
I'm going to bring up a very unfortunately sad experience. We also George Floyd, our brother, rest in peace, for 9 minutes and 29 minutes telling those guards, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, until he finally got a cardio arrest because they was obstructing the fluid of oxygen and blood to his brain by having the neck, the knee on his neck.
right, right.
So now let me ask you this, Miss Liza. Now, would you agree that there's different degrees of this injury? Like, because I'm thinking, like mild, um, um, what else we got? Mild, we got moderate, we got severe. Do you agree that there's different levels to the?
I totally agree with you. But after what we saw, Muhammad Ali, that was not even severe. That was drastic.
Mm. Now let me
Hmm.
ask you this.
I don't even think that if they would have gotten immediate care and they would have tried to put the stuff on her neck, that she would have survived that. She was internally decapitated. There was no coming back.
But let me ask you this. Now let me say this respectfully. How do we know that? What if it started out as a mild version of this injury? What if it started out like that? And then, we already know that they moved her around. She's been moved. We talked about that. What if the movement had something to do with making things worse? What if CPR, the 14 rounds and all this, that, and the other? What if that had something to do with making it worse? So based off of the video, it sounds like, and you're not the only one that I've heard this from, Ms. Liza, it's basically saying it was severe right then, right there. But my question to you is, how do we know that?
Well, for me, it is easy because, like I said, I am part of the medical profession. And
Okay.
I know as a massage therapist, there is no way, anatomically speaking, that the way she had her neck, that she could have did that type of flexion naturally. So I know that I can see that the way her neck was hanging all the way almost to reaching her breast, that was not naturally possible in the normal way. You could bend your neck, like try to get your shin to touch your just on like your neck bone,
Right.
and that's as far as you could go. But her face was hanging lower than what you call it, the her neck bone.
Wait, do we have that picture? Let me see. Hold up.
So the neck was over compressed at the top of the sternum. In other words, at a 45-degree angle. Once she was attacked from behind, we're talking about the rear attack.
Right. And even at that point, she's protected, like almost as if she's shielding her face. And that's at the end of the video.
That's correct.
Right. Right.
So I
But
get
I also it was a combination when Miss Dejanay hold hold Quella around the neck when she was standing up by the corner of the bed that she flipped. She took off her bonnet and flipped it.
Right.
She put her arm around her neck and
Right.
kind of flip her and swing her into the floor.
Right. Let me come back to you for a second.
Sure.
I think we have these shots here indicating the amount of force and the speed at which this attack, this assault had occurred. And this video is about 17, perhaps 18 seconds long. So it
Hmm.
tells you the speed and severity of the attack. And we get to this point here is where we see Dejanay Jackson's left arm around Shanquella's neck while,
Exactly.
while bracing the other side of her head with her right hand.
Hmm.
As we proceed from this is from one side of Dejanay Jackson, which would be considered the left-hand side if we were standing like them, and then going into a pull and twisting motion. As we can see, we still see Dejanay Jackson's hands around Shanquella's head on the throw. So we're going from the left all the way to the right at a 180-degree twist and turn. This is a midair turn.
yeah, because she came
Until
up off
she's
her
thrown,
feet.
until she's thrown
That was a
to the
killer
floor.
move. That was a killer move.
Yeah, it was a killer move, right? And here she's throwing off her bonnet and
Hmm.
preparing
And
to attack from the rear and come
Right.
down on her neck here. And this
Right.
is a 45-degree angle, total distension of Shanquella's head. Now, this is pressed into the sternum at the top of the neck, where she has a distension of the back of her neck. The atlas luxation had already occurred on the throw. The
that's
tail
correct.
fracture or the lower lumbar fracture happened when Shanquella landed on this marble floor. So now we have a secondary attack from the rear, which made things even worse and aggravated what was already done previous in that same motion, along with a kick to
Exactly.
the side of the head. And we also see now how Shanquella's her actual angle to the bed is even lower in this assault, and she's further down where her back now is distended, and you could see it.
Yep. And understand
This,
this. We went through this because people in the chat want you to break this down to me, John. I ain't stupid. I'm far from stupid. If you've been around with me, you know I ain't
there,
stupid. But
there,
2 plus 2
Yeah,
equal
there
4.
is no
Okay.
way. There is
Jesus,
no
well
way
informed.
that any human being would have been able to be alive after that severe, several step off abrasive attack to the neck. Miss Shanquella did not stand no chance to survive. Not
Yeah,
even paralytic for the rest of her life. She was going to be, unfortunately, die because she was um prohibited or restricted from the flow of oxygen and blood through to her brain.
right,
Right. And I definitely I understand
right,
all of that. I do. I really do, Miss Liza. I understand all of that. But I guess my problem, and it goes back to the severity of the injuries. You know, if we have a mild, a moderate, a severe, at that moment, when with especially with what we're looking at right now, in that moment, I don't know if that injury was mild at that point You know, was it severe at that point? Because some of us think it's severe, you know, and I get it. But again, without without a longer video, like I don't know, I don't have medical in my background, but I'm
Right.
just saying the fact that we only got what about 20 seconds of a video. I don't know because I know there's things that happen after that. So I don't know
The-
if the details that happened after that, if that could have made things worse for her.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I'm asking.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
That's the hard part to
if you
determine.
want me to move from the premise that it happened right there, I would just say if after what you guys saw in slow motion about the different steps that she aggravated the insult to injury to her neck, if anything happened afterwards by those people that supposedly don't have no time for or real medical training, you can only assume that the road was down they went down the road because when you have a spinal cord injury, you don't move the person.
Right.
The
And that I
first thing
know.
they do, they put a support on your neck so your neck won't be wobbling from side to side.
Right. Right. Right.
We never saw that. We can assume that if they move her from here to there, how can we be reassured that they make sure that they wasn't moving her neck or her back in a certain way when they wasn't even aware of what was going on because they couldn't see the internal injuries?
Right. Mm.
And if the doctor did the CPRs and the defibrillations, that even made it worse.
Yes. I was about to say that because with all of this that we're discussing right now, this attack was brutal in and
LTM.
of itself. In and of itself. And if she was moved around from the bedroom to the bathroom, beginning a cover up cycle, and then the housekeeper finding her in the bedroom or the bathroom in the bedroom, and then notified the group saying, hey, there's something wrong with your friend. I think you better go and check on her. She looked like she's, she needs medical assistance and whatnot. And then the friends taking her from the bedroom location, taking her into the game room, aka also the same statement that Nazir presented to us, because that's where he found her once he arrived. And then they moved to the living room. Those were his exact words. They moved to the
Correctly. And you absolutely correct. Now you guys are starting to put the pieces together
yeah,
and understand the picture. And that with you putting those pieces together, now you can understand that when that doctor arrived, there was pretty much nothing that she could do. And that's the reason why the paramedics are looking at her as Shanquella, like, you know what I mean? That was
right,
alcohol poisoning.
right. Which also complicated the issue even further because the doctor is under the impression that she is suffering from alcohol poisoning, not knowing her neck is broken or
Exactly,
her
because
back is cracked.
those were the lies that were feed not only to her
Hmm.
but to Nasir that and that she had alcohol poisoning, even to those that was the line of the cover. Oh, this is alcohol poisoning.
Right, right.
Right. But my thing is this, you know, even when she gets there and some people want us to believe that she's already dead, then her internal injuries at that point didn't mean nothing. Alcohol poisoning didn't mean nothing. Atlas luxation meant nothing if she's already dead. And so when we have all these details coming out after the fact, you know, I'm just confused. I guess it just confuses me because we had all of these things that happen. And I know y'all saying cover up. I get it. I get it. But why not if the doctor got there and she was dead already? Why not just, I mean, call 911? Like, I just can't even see them calling the doctor even come out there for somebody who's already dead. Why not just send an ambulance? Because one of the
Right.
things that we showed on that map was that it takes 40 minutes, about roughly 40 minutes to get there. So they wasted time treating this as a non-emergency. It
Mhm.
was
Yeah, and
time.
you said it. You said it. And it was to buy time at the same time. And I'm starting to see
But
the
but but
factoring
but
of that
even
in there
even
too.
if you take it farther, if she was sick and was not responding or moving after the fight, why will they wait until 2 o'clock to call for help? Why didn't they call for help sooner in the morning? Why didn't
Immediately.
they call
I get that.
sooner for help
I
at
agree with
noon
that.
when Lucy found her? Why didn't
Yeah,
wait they wait until 2 o'clock? Then the doctor did not arrive until an hour later, until 3.
I
They,
right,
they,
understand.
they
I got
prevented
the
the
same
doctor from taking her to the hospital.
right,
question.
right. Good point. Very good point. All to buy time. Because this timeline, where it started from, was opened up, I mean, in a major way once the 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. timeline entered it through Geraldo. When he said that, I said, "Well, what gave him that impression? Was it a contact that said no? This happened early in the morning, and it's between 7 and 12, only because now we have this housekeeper who came in at midday, at noon, who found Shanquella. So we already have a number of hours that had passed after the fact.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. I appreciate you spending time with us here on the round table,
My pleasure. My pleasure. Because
to give us some kind of clarification, because showing a picture is one thing, and giving clarification as to the content of the picture, like the Red Cross picture on the right hand side here. Now we see Shanquella dressed when she was in another video, naked. you know it does prove to some degree, however genuine or authentic that picture is, that she had been moved, no doubt. She had been manipulated, because now she has on clothes compared to the previous
and now
video,
I
no
also
doubt.
want to bring in a very important point. The
Yes,
picture has been attacked as valid, and they even claiming that that's a stage and he hired on actors. You hear all the crazy rumors. As you
Right.
know, as you believe, as you come to the or as you start leaning to the belief that Miss Shanquella Robinson was already gone from early in the morning, and you understand anything about this body decomposition, even as you take the example of a dead fish, when a fish dies, it starts bloating and it starts getting stinky, it starts getting hard. And as you
Right.
open it, all of a sudden it's going to burst. All those gases and all the gut and everything is going to be all over the place. So it's by noontime, Miss Lucy claimed that when she found Miss Tranquilla, she was cold and hard to touch. That
right.
means that the rigmarole process had already started. Then
and
the
from
the,
and from
the
and
oh,
and from your best, you said you had a little bit of medical background.
I
um
am a massage therapist. I am a licensed massage therapist. So I'm part
oh,
of the
okay.
health
O-
department.
okay. In your opinion, from your best estimation, according to the picture that's on the right hand side with the Red Cross paramedics and the doctor sitting there, what would be your best time estimate based upon
Nine
what you
hours. 9 hours.
9 hours?
I am gonna stick to my medical background and to what the medical professional has seen from seeing that picture. I'm going to estimate that if she died before 8 o'clock in the morning, I'm gonna start counting from there. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, actually 10 hours, because we already established that the paramedics supposedly arrived between 5 minutes to 5 and 5 o'clock. So it's already been 10 hours at the moment of that picture since
Hmm.
Shanquella has left the earth.
Okay, so in this picture also we have more than lividity. We've got bloating. Your best estimation of how long Shanquella began to bloat, in a sense, was it 2 hours after the event, 3 hours after the event, bloating occurs?
Mm, I can't
Right.
really be specific about how long does it. I know for a fact that rigor start settling in like 3 hours after.
3 hours. Okay, yeah, we came up with that estimate
So
too.
I just think that I mean I really cannot tell you because I am not a pathologist
Right,
or
Right.
forensic, but I am assuming that the natural process of because it also claimed that she had a syphilis relaxation with her gases and her pee pee and her doo doo and her start releasing.
right,
So all of that is the process, or or her body is feeding all of those things that no longer have no way to go. So
mhm,
I imagine that if she had one of those releases, that means that all of that was built up
right,
inside her
right,
body and it finally released. But I
right.
cannot tell you exactly how long it was. But I know that's the reason why she looked bloated because she in life had a flat stomach.
Right. Do you know if the information on the death certificate pertaining to the cause and time of death was reported by the doctor, and that is her information on the death certificate? If you know, if you know.
No, that came from the autopsy that was performed on Shanquella, requested by the doctor, by to the people from the funeral home.
I see.
I think Miss Isabel, that took care of the body of Shanquella and the paperwork before she came back to the United States. So that information of the autopsy didn't came from them. And at that time, Cabo 6 didn't have not a clue that there was going to be an autopsy. Remember, it took a while for him to find out where the body was because those cowards left the body, left those cowards that called themselves friends, left her body there, just took her suitcases. So this happened
Right.
Saturday. So he
Right.
has to Google and sit down and figure out where in Mexico they took her body.
Right.
And I think
Okay.
it was
And
I also
it's
wanted. I
funny.
also wanted to ask real quick. I know you want to jump. I also
don't
wanted
fight
to ask.
between you. Don't people don't fight between you guys. I'm here
Oh,
letting
no,
out
no, no,
argument.
no, no,
Oh
no,
yeah,
no.
no, no, you're
We're
good.
good. We're good.
No, we're
We're
good.
good.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm
Uh,
Um,
making sure you
do
guys
you
are
know?
good because we jumping, cutting each other, trying to make the question. I'm like, don't fight. I'm not going nowhere. Calm down. Just
Yeah,
just joking a little bit, making it lighter.
right,
yeah.
that's right.
Do
But
you
y'all,
know?
I'll go ahead before you, because it's a couple things I want to touch on. But I'm gonna let
uh,
you go ahead and finish
Okay.
your thought.
Yeah, I just had one quick question. Do you know if Geraldo uh, actually physically obtained a copy of the autopsy or necropsy, as the death certificate states? Had he received in some way, shape, or form an actual autopsy?
No. As
If
far
you
as I
know, if
know,
you know,
no.
if you know.
As
Okay.
far as I know, no. As far
Okay.
as I know, the only person who has a copy of the autopsy, as my knowledge, it came from the father's side because that's as much as I can say. But I know he obtained a copy of the police report through a
Okay.
confidential source, but the autopsy came from the father.
Mm,
Okay. And do
and
you
and the
also?
father and the father as far as the interviews that he has been doing, he didn't even wait it until Shanquella arrived to the US to read the autopsy. He was informed over the phone that she didn't die of alcohol poisoning, that she indeed was killed by internal decapitation, atherosclerosis, and spinal cord injury.
right. And
Right.
and and so while we're on, her father, and the funeral home, I want y'all to remember this part of his interview that he did with Gerald. This right here.
Monday came. Okay, now we getting together trying to figure out where she at. So she on the embassy, calling the embassy. They giving her to run around. I don't know too much about Mexico, none of that. So me and my brother was over my mom's house. So as I'm standing here talking to y'all right now, I'm just hurting all inside. So my mind is really on my daughter, but I'm sitting here telling what I know, what was told to me. So what I had to do, in which I know it wasn't but God that led me to her. So me and my brother got on that phone and started Googling all the funeral homes that was over in Mexico, Cabo. So we came up with funeral home Riviera funeral home over there. And first we called, a guy answered the phone. He didn't speak English. So we called back again, and another young lady answered the phone, and her name was Elizabeth. And from that point on, she said, I asked her, you have Shanquella Robinson over there? She said, yes, sir. Miss Robinson, I'm sorry for your loss. And so from that point on, she said, Mr. Robinson, I'm going to stick with you until I get your daughter back to the States. So that lady was like an angel. So a lot of paperwork had to be done. Her mom sent the paperwork was already in the system. So I called her back. She said, yeah, I got the paperwork. I need a release form so I can release her body to you. And so we did that. And the bill came up and everything. So I wired the money over there, after I wired the money, they got the body. So did the paperwork, and it'll take a while for that paperwork to get done because they had to transfer everything over into English.
Yeah.
So she got back here last Thursday, around about 5 o'clock. So I'm sitting there in the funeral home. As soon as that door opened and that box came in there with her in it, man, just cried like a baby.
So when he talked about the and Miss Mary told me to stop, but she ain't said stop what? You understand what I mean? This how we do at the round table. We riding, baby. And again, we trying to break down all the details. And I get, like I said, and I understand that we're not all on the same side when it comes to some of these details. I get it and I understand it. But one of the things, when he mentioned the funeral home, we actually found out what a funeral home was. John, do you have that pulled up? Absolutely. Everybody got their own opinions, And Harley, we're gonna get to that. That was one of the things, Ms. Liza kind of sidetracked, but we definitely wanted to speak to her, but we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that because I definitely wanted to discuss this. Everybody, putting out this information. Oh, she wasn't nude, or she wasn't naked. She had on this nude outfit, and she didn't, y'all. She was naked. I promise. But we're gonna get to it. I'm hoping we got time to get to it. I'm gonna try to make sure we add that in here. But this right here, what John is showing, is the funeral home. This is where they took her. This is where her parents found her. There, right there. And how far is it from the villa?
You asking me?
Oh, no, ma'am. John.
Yeah,
I don't know about nothing about Mexico.
We've got total 48 minutes southwest from the villa.
46 minutes, 45 minutes was this funeral home.
It's about 41.2 kilometers southwest of Villa 32, down here in the southern region.
And notice that it's all over there in that area, like where the Red Cross came from, where Dr. Carolina came from. It's all in. It's like a,
like a downtown centralized area.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. Hope I didn't pass it. Let me come back up again. Okay. One more again.
All right. We ride.
One more again.
We riding, baby.
You got it. I'm in the right area. I know I am.
Her sister said she slept naked. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
she is naked.
Yep.
Anyone can see that from the original video without being blocked. Shanquella was fully naked.
She was. And
Come back.
DRN, she said, if those are a bottle of pills on the nightstand, and we have those pictures, we'll show them because we did some, yeah, we broke down that picture too. I want to see, and I said the same thing you said, D. I want to see the toxicology report. I want to know what
Yes,
was in her system.
that's important.
We need that.
And the only reason why we say that is because we had found something in the bedroom.
Yeah, we did.
Did we want to talk about that? 54.
Yeah, because some people didn't even realize that there was a pill bottle in there. They
Yeah, no
didn't
one.
realize, and we need a toxicology report.
Yeah,
Because if that's the room that she was sleeping in, you know, was those pills hers? And we won't know until we get a toxicology report.
yeah. This is in that region. This is down the street and everything. But this is what the building of the funeral home looks like at the southwest portion of the downtown area. It's a high area of commerce. And let me see if I can go back to our picture here. And during the altercation and studying the video as we did, we're able to identify certain aspects of the room, pillows, how they are aligned, lamps. This was a speaker back here to a radio that was connected. We're looking for a clock,
right,
to see if we could capture some kind of time. But what we did find upon closer examination is this item over here on the table.
Yeah.
Appears to be, if you can see it, and I don't want to keep going in because I'll continue to distort it, is a prescription bottle with a white cap top and a label on the outside appearing here at the table. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, and it's definitely a pill bottle. And at first, I'm gonna be honest, I was like, well, maybe it's a inhaler. Don't it look like an inhaler? Like I'm trying to, but yeah, and it looks a little weird right there. But when it's clearly like a pill bottle to me.
Yeah. And this is the reason why we're stressing for the toxicology report, because now with this item in the room, was this also in Shanquella's system at the time?
Right.
And the toxicology report would be able to give us an indication what type of medication this is, if it's prescribed to her and for her, and if it had any effect on her being 100% conscious. Now, remember, this is early in the morning. She was awakened from her sleep. She came from the bed to deal with Deshaun Jackson's aggressiveness. And so was this a component or a contributing factor that took Shanquella off her square once this attack had occurred?
Right. And like I said, we can only speculate at this point because we don't have the reports. Correct. I want to read the details. Like, I'm a reader. I don't wait on nobody to tell me nothing. Let me read it for myself. And we're speculating at this point because we don't know what was in her system.
Right.
Now,
if she had an autopsy, if she had an autopsy here in the United States before the funeral on November 19th, then obviously a toxicology report would accompany the autopsy. They're two separate reports. One covers the anatomical examination of Shanquella's body, okay? And one covers the chemical factors of what she had in her system. What was her digestive system digesting from the dinner that they had the night before? That would be recorded. If there were any other type of ingestions in her system, the toxicology report through NMS Laboratories here in the United States, one of the major laboratories that does toxicology for a lot of these different cases, would be able to determine what amount of any other peripheral drugs that may have been in her system, and the amount of alcohol, ethanol, that may have still been in her system from the night before, if any, because the death certificate came back and it was stated by the medical officials down in Cabo, Mexico, that there was no alcohol present in her system. She just came back, she just had a broken neck and a broken back, a fracture of the lumbar area, which contributed a major factor of the cause of death.
Right. That's right. And I think that just the fact that we don't have the reports ourselves, we don't know. We can only speculate by the video. We can only use what we have. That's it. That's it.
Yeah. And without that information, we're at a crossroads, with the story as it is.
Yeah.
And up until that information is released, that's going to add a significant amount of information to the timeline.
And so one of the things that, and I want to make sure we get to it before we get to some of the other things like the tag or what people think is a tag. And one of the things that I definitely wanted to go over was when we got back to those pictures with the ambulance, the person who's looking like, it may be a police officer. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. This. So in the very first picture, so we got 3 pictures right here, okay? In the very first picture, one of the things we did was blew up this truck. We wanted to see what was on it, what it said, and it clearly says fire department. So I was like, wow, they, fire department got ambulances. I didn't know. It is what it is. Don't judge me. But it clearly says on the side of this truck, fire department. And then when you look at where it is, it's not in the village. It looked like it was on the street. There's a car in front of it that we assume was a police car, but we got an ambulance there in the first picture, clearly. But then in this second picture, when we got this guy walking up to, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I didn't understand where he was at this moment, but we got this guy walking toward the ambulance. And at first I'm thinking like, well, damn, is it the same ambulance or what we talking about? But when we get the picture of the Red Cross ambulance says that on it. So in these pictures right here, what we're looking at is 2 different ambulances. Let me just say that. Bottom line, it's 2 different ambulances. And then there's a video.
I have that up. I have that up 54 if you need it.
Okay.
The double ambulance.
Right. Okay. So, so in this second video, and I'm like, where, like, it just looks so weird to me because I didn't understand what I was looking at. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I didn't understand it until we got that that promotional video, like almost like an advertisement for the villa. Boss, you want to play it or you want me to play it? I don't know if you guys have seen this video, but it's important for us to watch it. So we're gonna watch it because I know some of y'all ain't seen it. Let's go. We ready. We riding, baby.
You want me to leave it muted, right?
You can play the music. I kind of like it. I'm gonna be honest.
I don't know where that music comes from. So
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I got you. At this point.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
But the way this was shot from a drone, It really shows the villa in a different light, gives you the full impression of the villa itself.
I mean, and it is absolutely gorgeous.
It's gorgeous. Yes.
Mm.
It's a 3.5 million property, as far as I understand.
3.5 million?
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Is that American money or pesos?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is American money.
American money. Okay.
Right.
And I
Thank you,
also, while
Elizabeth.
you guys are on giving that view of the Villa, I want you guys to know that it has been rebranded. It's no longer named Cabo Linda 32. They changed it to Villa Vista Al Mar, and it's
Oh,
back in the
wow.
market.
Okay.
It's back in the market. There's no disclaimer about the mother because they have to rebrand themselves because Expedia and Booking.com took it down from the website.
Right.
So they
Okay.
so they slickly changed the name while we all here fighting and trying to debate.
right.
They call it now Villa Vista Al Mar. That is the new name, and I encourage everybody to do a hashtag Villa or Villa Vista Al Mar and do the same thing you did. Report it.
All right.
Yeah. See, I don't even know how to spell that. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know. Somebody gonna have to spell that and put that in the chat for me because I don't
Did
know.
you want to? Did you want to
Now,
stop right here?
yes, yes, right here. Stop right here.
Yeah.
So when we found this video and we found this part of the video, then what happened, and this is just for me, this is what happened to me. It when I seen this picture, then it made sense because the gate is swung open. Let's go back. Y'all see? They're entering into the villa. And just based off of the pictures that he gave us, I didn't realize that part. You understand what I mean? But again, once this detail came out, we see the gate on the right-hand side. We see this is the opening to the villa. And then it puts these pictures that he gave us in perspective for me. I'm just speaking, for myself. Because I'm gonna be honest with y'all. In that third picture, I thought maybe it was them leaving the villa looking like they was about to make a right or a left turn. You know what I mean? Like onto the street,
Right. Leaving the property.
leaving the property. But
Right.
it wasn't until we found that video where we was like, no, they're inside the property. And so then to see that picture with the Red Cross in there, they have their own ambulances. John, you said you had the picture of that. I
Yeah.
didn't see it. Yeah, I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. So I'm just.
Eric, you stupid. Eric said they ain't gonna let no more of us in there. No. Y'all cause too many problems down here.
And I can tell you that for a fact, you are absolutely sure that none of us dark skinned people were ever going back in there.
Nah.
We definitely were too messy.
Right.
Oh, shit.
We missing those people money, not only in American dollar, but also in peso. So we are persona non grata. Trust me.
Hey,
Say y'all be say we down there for messing up the money. Okay.
No,
Messing up the money.
you did that. You got then a spell from Expedia.com and from Booking.
I don't know if y'all asked this question or not. Might have missed it. But when it came to the money part and the meeting, did y'all ask her about that?
Oh no, we didn't.
Okay,
Yeah, and we can. And boss, somebody, I don't know if you've seen that comment, but somebody, Naylin, she said, if the shadow was behind him, what time was it? Oh man, when I say we went back and forth about this, because in that third picture, there's no shadow. Like it's almost as if the sun is coming down. And it just
Yes.
So when you think about the police report where it says, she was pronounced dead at 5:57, we know that the sun set what at 6:43.
6:43. Mm-hmm.
So the sun is coming down in that third picture.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the sun is
So
coming down.
let's see
And
if
I
I can.
gotta say this, I am very impressed with you guys, YouTuber, because you guys had debunked those pictures by every single detail. You have analyzed it every other way, and I do appreciate that. You know,
Oh,
Yeah,
Thank you.
and that's the thing. We just want answers. And
Yeah.
and the thing of it is, and one of the things that the way I operate, Miss Liza, is you have to ask the right questions in order to get the right answers.
yep.
and I got to say that I am very. This is the first time. This is the second time that I hear from you guys. I saw some of your other like one of your other short videos or whatever. But when I saw that you was coming on, I said, well, I'm gonna be try to come in and get a sense of where you are, because one of the biggest problems is that we're missing time in trying to get justice for Shanquella, is
Absolutely.
because there's a lot of people putting a lot of misinformation, doing a lot of hate attack. They even being xenophobic. But then when they do it to us, we get concerned about somebody calling us the N word. But they had called him Guadalajara Taco Cerveza Cinco de Mayo, which I am a Puerto Rican Virgin Island um, citizen who has been living here in the United States for the past 3 decades. And I find it quite disrespectful, because this man is trying to help you guys, but you guys attacking him because he don't have to do this. He don't
Absolutely.
have
And I
nothing to gain from. He just
right,
stumbled on the case, and just like what he has been doing for the past 27 years of his life, with his working as a journalist, he's just trying to help.
right.
But there's a lot of immature YouTubers that their only purpose is monetization, or making content, and they just throwing a lot of misinformation just to make a video, and
Right.
that's not fair to Shanquella, not to his
It's not.
family.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that.
So do I.
And that's one of the things why, it's very important that we understand the details. It's very important because
And
some
that and that's
people some people hear the details and then they put all this speculation, rumor around it, and I get it because we don't have enough. So I get it. But then it just muddies the water for us. And then we don't
and I
know
and I
fact
and I,
versus
and I can understand not having all the clear pictures, because I myself don't have a clear picture, and I want him, and I told him, you need to try to investigate as you could get as somebody who know what happened between 7 and 12. You know what I mean? 7 and 12 in the morning.
right,
Because if you was to able to find a source that can tell you what happened during that time of the morning, we can finally put to rest that there is no doubt that there was a cover up, a very intentional cover up.
mm,
Right.
Because so this moment, the only time that we know that is certain is that autopsy,
mm,
Mm-hmm.
because it came from the father with that lady that you hear how highly he spoke of her.
Yeah, from the
But the
funeral home.
police,
Yeah.
exactly, but the police report is information that the doctor got to the police from information that she received from the Cabo Six. And I go back and say, those people killed Shanquella. Do we really can believe anything they say?
right,
Mm-hmm.
right. I agree with that. I
And we
do.
can see here in this photograph that Geraldo had put up, we were able to see and identify an actual police car here,
In front of it.
directly in front of an emergency paramedic vehicle. And this vehicle does say San Jose del Cabo, and it looks like it appears to say fire department paramedics on the side of the vehicle. So this
Right,
is just one unit in addition to the folks from the Red Cross.
right.
So now we have multiple units at this location along with police at this location. So I'm putting this picture more closer toward the after 5 o'clock timeline, if you will, because that's when we know police did arrive and show up. So they are here along with additional medical paramedics.
That's right.
And I want to even let you know, you just let me know that there's a police car in front of that, because I can't see that well. I couldn't even see what does the sign say on the ambulance, and I'm learning that now with you guys. So I just want you guys to understand, I don't have no hidden agenda. I just
Right.
trying to help a person who does not speak English.
Right. And
Be
we
the bridge.
yeah, and we respect it. I do. I respect it. But you know, we're just one. I'm a very suspicious person. Okay. So
And I'm like that too. I haven't slept. I know my doctor's going to be mad with me because my blood pressure is off the hook. Because I've been like a little detective trying to understand what's going on. And I've been going from everybody, from the ones who believe, from the ones who don't believe, from the one who hated, trying to investigate to get this together. Because all I'm trying to understand, I'm like now, like Rodney, can we all get along? We are here for the same purpose.
I know that's
Right.
right.
right. That's right.
Justice. And you guys are hurting people just because, not you guys, but for hurting people's reputation, shaking people's background about shit they did when they was 5 years old. And I like, damn, you guys are vicious. And then
Right.
somebody asked me for my YouTube channel. I'm like, I have a YouTube since 2014, but I don't use YouTube like that. I just come
Right.
in and YouTube whenever I don't have a Hulu to watch a movie. So I don't
Right.
even know what my YouTube handle is, but I don't need you guys to send me no money. If you want to help me, stop disrespecting him. That's all I ask. Call him by
Right.
his name. His name is not Guadalajara, no taco, no cerveza. And then there was questioning me why he didn't turn in the photograph to the authorities. And I'm like, this is a corrupt government.
Right. Now let me
So
ask you this. It's funny you mentioned that. Now let me ask you this. If he have these photos, my
mhm.
first impression was then the authorities should already have it. So are we to believe that what he has not been turned over to well until he turned them over to authorities? I just don't
I
know
don't
that.
know what the police got in the file. I'm hoping for the sake of believing the best out of people that on both sides of the border, United States and Mexico, that they doing the proper investigation, just like, because like I clarified, he is not an FBI agent, he is not a police detective, he is not a prosecutor. He's just a journalist doing a regular investigation, like Barbara Walter, who just died, rest in peace, and all those
Absolutely.
other famous people that we respect would do. They just go and do the job to investigate, and they got
Right.
sources. So
And basically all he's doing is what we're doing. Taking the
exactly,
details
I
and
was
breaking it.
very encouraged that he is risking his life, because being a journalist in Mexico has nothing to do or compared to being a journalist in the U.S.
She's right.
Mexico is the second nation with the highest amount of journalists that get killed,
She's
Right.
right.
because
Now
they don't want to have the cartel and the corruption exposed. So he actually risking his life trying to
okay.
get information, and you guys disrespecting somebody who is doing so
Right.
much for us. He really don't have to do it. I told him, you know what, excuse my language, F-U-C-K, all of them, and move on to your next case, because you
Right.
don't deserve this. But he told me,
Right.
you know what, Miss Elizabeth, as well as a lot of people are sending me hate, I also getting a million more messages of people that are happy that I'm helping. So
Right.
that's why
Now
I'm going to continue doing them for them, because like I told you, you guys was about to send me to get another stroke, because I am feisty, and I'm not only a Puerto Rican, but I'm now American. I'm one of you guys.
right. Okay.
I
Now
know
let
that's
me
right.
let me ask you this, and because this is one of the things I take issue with, and I'm just being honest with you, Miss Liza, and we don't want to mess with your blood pressure, no none of that. I got blood pressure,
No,
so
I'm
so I
okay.
don't
I'm
let nobody
okay.
get with my blood pressure, But understand this. Would you okay? how can I put this?
I see right now that there are two different ambulance design. I see that.
Yes. It's we have Red Cross ambulance and then we have the ambulance from the fire department. Two different vehicles.
Correct.
Now, but here's one of the things that I would like to address, because when, for me, the truth never changes. Do you believe that,
I
Miss Liza?
totally believe that. I totally believe that.
Okay. So the problem that I had with him was the fact that, and I get the whole translation, I get it. And that may be true. But his story changed. And again, the truth never changes. And I think that's why some of us took issue, because I can go with the whole, he's a journalist, he's trying to figure it out, just like we trying to do here at the round table. We got, a million YouTubers now covering the case. Some of us genuinely want to know what happened. We're trying to figure it out with the details that we have. But we're relying on his word, but when his story changes, we got issue with that.
Okay, I could understand that.
I can't explain why his story changed. I can't explain that part. But there is
and do you want you making a statement, or do you want me to explain it?
You can explain it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I'm asking you. You was making a statement, or you? Okay, I'm gonna say this.
Okay.
During the process of the investigation, this is an investigation. We wasn't there. He wasn't there. We're trying to locate everybody who was there.
Right.
It's been 2 months. Everybody have a different version of the story. You already hear what on Salamandra, on the mother of Shanquella said, that every single one of the cops will give her a different story.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same situation. Everybody who's been interviewed and gathering information and blah, blah, blah. 1 minute they say one thing, the next minute they say that. And he's doing the best he can to try to pinpoint from the direct source exactly what they say, but they can't really talk because they on the investigation. So ain't nobody want to open their mouth.
Right.
But it's not that his story is changing. It's just that the fact in the case are constantly changing according to the amount of information that is entered and the amount of information he can get to be filtrated.
Mm.
And that's some of the stuff. I don't want to talk too much about it, but
Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure he will be explaining that pretty soon.
Absolutely.
Because, like I say, it's not my job to reveal his work until he do it. But to the best of my or what I can explain to you, I'm confused too. I have a little paper that I've been like, okay, Lucy was here, then we changed it to God, but what happened here, and then this, and I've been asking him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they keep changing from and he has to told me a little bit of stuff that I'm not in a position right now to explain. Hopefully he will explain that to you guys pretty soon, and then I can speak more abroad about it as you guys have questions. But
Right.
I'm like, hey, I'm with you guys. I'm confused sometimes because I keep going back and forth. And that's why I encourage him, to calm the noise. If he could find somebody that was there during the hours of 7 to 12 that can, give us a little bit of information about what happened during that period of time, it will help us, close the gap.
Yes,
Right.
it would tighten up that timeline.
Yeah, and that's what we want.
Yeah,
absolutely.
This is what you do.
But with that, I also want you guys to remember, this is a cover up, and the lives are coming from Cabo 6. They start with them, and they end with them. So if they was bold enough to fight that girl, to lure her to Mexico based on the false pretenses, hurt her the way they did. So far, we can assume that they did not call for no help between 7 and 12 until Miss Lucy saw them. They're despicable.
Right. And I do, and I get that. And we can ride on these Cabo Six, to the moon and back. But the problem is when we start talking about the police lied, the doctor lied, then now it's a different territory. Now it's different for me. So when we talk cover up, like I said, we can drag the Cabo Six all day long. And I see people in here mentioning the PPP loans. And I'm kind of like with Sonya. I don't understand what that had to do with her death. I mean, now if you wanted me to believe that they killed her to take her PPP loan money, that's different.
Well, as
I
far
don't get
as I do have an understand, when you go to the PP loan website,
Yep.
all of them have PP loans.
Yeah.
The mother, the father, Shanquella, Khalid, Gerald from MCB, and
But
that
here,
you can and that you can look up at the website. That's not he say. You can
yeah,
look it up.
and understand that we already trust me, Miss Liza. We've already done that. But
Yeah.
here's the problem. Here's the problem, though. That had now. Do you think that has something to do with her death? Because I don't even understand why we would be in their business like that. When if
Well,
that because I know a lot of people that I
before
know
I be,
got PPP
before
loans.
and this is my personal opinion, and it's allegedly this is my personal opinion. Before I became a massage therapist, I have a bachelor degree in business administration and accounting, bookkeeping, auditing, and I work for the federal government, moral welfare and recreation on the base, dealing with millions of dollars for the Navy and as in that facility. A PP loan is a federal loan.
Yeah.
Correct.
The
Correct.
FBI is a federal loan. And every single tip or rumor, they're going to have to follow and investigate. So the problem that I see as an accountant, damn, everybody got us, everybody except for Gerald Jackson from the NCB got a PP loan for the same amount, 20,833 something. And don't quote me, but I
Right.
know it was the same amount.
Okay.
All of them, Shanquella, Khalid, father, mother, same amount.
Okay. So let me respectfully, Miss Liza,
And
because
respectfully, I'm going to say respectfully, I'm not saying nothing, but me looking as a person who can audit a budget, a capital budget, if I see the same amount of money entrance in a particular cloud, I'm going to question it.
right now, and let me just say this because I get it. We're all passionate about this case, but one of the things that I take issue with is speaking on other YouTubers and PPP loan. Like I don't want to do that to him. You know what I mean? He got his own platform, and I just it's disrespectful in my eyes. So I don't want to go there with it. And then not only that, her family, whatever money they got, whether it be PPP loans or whatever, because I know people in my family who got PPP loans. That don't make them bad people. That money was put out here for the pandemic, and some of us ran with it. I get it. You understand what I mean? I what the
Absolutely.
problem the problem that I have with that is the fact that it does not have anything to do, in my eyes. This is just my opinion. It does not have anything to do with what happened to her or Dejanay brutally attacking that girl over in Cabo. So I really don't want to get into that. I don't want to drag her family because that ain't what we do over here. I don't care what kind of money they got. I even donated to the GoFundMe. You understand what I mean? It is
I
what it
do
is.
understand that. I do
Right.
understand that.
Right.
Yeah.
So respectfully, like I would like to keep that out the equation. And I'm gonna be honest with you because, like I said, myself, I don't understand what that has to do with this. What I would call them, it's definitely a crime, but it don't have that PPP loan has absolutely nothing to do with it, and that's just my opinion. I mean,
And I respect your opinion, but
I
I just
appreciate
wanted to say that during the course of our investigation, unfortunately, the FBI is going to follow every single tip
I
or
yeah,
rumor, you know what I mean, until it leads them to the proper cause to come to the conclusion that they're looking for. So everybody is under suspicious,
right.
and they investigating, so I would not find it far to believe, far, everybody is being investigated because this is not about nobody else but getting justice for Shanquella.
Right. And it is. It is. We all want it. We definitely we all want it. This villa, I mean, like even when we were talking about, I don't know if y'all remember at the last roundtable when we were talking about what was upstairs. And it because there was some stairs right there. We showed where they was doing the drinking game, the push-ups by the stairs. And we was like, what? I mean, what's upstairs? And then when we seen this, I mean, this place is absolutely beautiful.
It is.
Just looking at the pictures give me good energy. You understand what I mean? So I just, it still takes me back to the question. I know, I know it may not even be important to some people, but I'm like, why was Dejanay so mad? Like, what happened? And I'm sure we're gonna find out.
That is
I'm sure
important.
we are.
That's very important.
You know?
That remind me of the little statement that Mr. Nasir said. Why? Who does that 2,000 miles away from home? You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah. Now, one of the things I want to get into, now, because I know we gonna get to the speak your piece part, but there was talk about that, like a tag being on her back. I thought I took some snippets of it to show, but I don't think I have them. Oh my god. So while I look for that, how many of y'all in the chat think that was her in that picture? Because I seen some people saying they didn't think that at first, but now they do. Put a one in the chat if you believe that was her in this picture right here. What do you believe? You think that's her?
You asking me?
Oh no, I'm asking the chat. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Miss Liza.
And
Because here's
another thing that I wanted you guys to remember, which I know you guys know you do, because I know you guys just do it. No, not when I say you guys, I'm talking about in general. They're
right.
just giving a hard time. Once a person is dead and they are taken to the forensic home, normally when you're looking at the movies and stuff like that, you can see what the doctor got to cut the clothes that they have on in order to do the autopsy. So if
And
they cut the clothes,
yeah.
can they really put it back on? If they
No.
cut,
Now,
so that
and I'm glad you brought that up. I'm sorry to cut you off, Miss Liza.
that's all
I'm
right.
glad you brought it up though, and I want to say it before before I lose my train of thought. But that was one of the issues that we took, because we got her naked in the fight. Then we got this photo right here where she's in the pink biker
The
shorts
pink
and the
and the
black
black.
top. And then not only that, the dad said that she had on
A
pajamas.
pajama.
So
So
my
that's
thing
why
is
I
this.
wanted. That's why I wanted to mention that. Remember, there's an autopsy. So that means the clothes that she had on, she's no longer alive. So they can't remove it that easy. So they're gonna put scissors to it, which I'm pretty sure everybody has seen that in a movie 20,000 times on Criminal Mind or whatever, or those forensic science stuff. So why are we really being petty and difficult? It's just to have another thing to complain about, because if we use the logic, we know that those clothes that she had on, they have to be cut in order for them to do that autopsy. And the lady had already, Miss Isabel, that spoke with Miss Doctor with on her father Bernard. As you could see, they had a good rapport, and she about to stick with him and make sure that his daughter come back. I'm pretty sure she put a beautiful something so to eliminate the impact. You know what I mean? As a
Right.
nice gesture.
So now let me ask you this. If I go with that, Miss Liza, if I go with them cutting these clothes off of her, if I go with that, I mean, then what do they just keep pajamas on deck, or do they keep pajamas on hand to put them on when they sent her body back to her parents?
Well, I had
Like
never
I
been
don't know how
dead.
that works.
I had never been dead and been in a car field, but I'm going based on what I had seen him in pictures. They normally have the cadaver on the table, like with a blue on with a blue kind of hospital gown and a tag on the feet with the label on the thing on the thumb. So I'm
Mm.
pretty
Right.
sure that if she came back to the state in a pajama, that was a gesture of Miss Isabel or somebody in the funeral home to send her decent.
Oh. So I guess then the question would be where the pajamas come from. You know, wait, Fire Mama said
That's why I
they got
said I'm pretty
on that.
sure it was
I
a
mean,
gift.
I ain't mean to say it
It
like
was,
that, Fire Mama.
I'm pretty sure that it was a special gift from the funeral home or the people who was taking care of her to minimize the impact once the cadaver came back to the United States, that they're going to open it to kind of give her some kind of decency. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
I
she
Mm.
mean,
already went,
that would make logical
through so
sense.
much.
Yeah. To try to reduce the visual impact of
Exactly.
seeing her, in a different form. Actually,
Right.
Exactly.
yeah.
Give her
May
some honors.
Maid
Because we
MT said, she said, I'm certain after the autopsy she was put on something else. And I mean, yeah, you know,
Yeah. Because if they did a traditional autopsy down in Mexico before they shipped her back to the United States, if anyone is familiar with an autopsy procedure, at all, you can Google it and go see some pictures as to how an autopsy is performed. Yeah, you're going to have some kind of covering afterwards because an autopsy is opening up the physical body, the cavities of the individual to check for internal, external injuries. I mean, it's a very nasty job.
right.
And once they finish, they close you up and stitch you back, and that's impactful. So to have a covering on Shanquella's body during the time she was transported back to the United States would only make sense. Only makes sense.
Right. Baby Sis said Shanquella's father said that the pajamas were put on her from the people who did the autopsy.
You see?
Okay.
Yeah, it would only make sense.
Right. Okay.
That would also make sense too. Once again, and we've said this a thousand times before. We hope that the family has at least by now received some kind of autopsy toxicology here in the US, which will help to delineate even more information as to Shanquella's cause of death, time of death, if it is the same or independently different, okay, along with any chemicals that may have been in her body that has been recorded from the autopsy. And it was only, 9 days from the time uh, of the event up until the time she came back to the United States, because they received her on the 10th. This happened on the 29th. So they're about 9 days. Okay,
Right.
so whatever content, if you will, is still with Shanquella's body would have been able to be captured. Outside of the external examination for the bruises, internal examination from the toxicology. Well, hopefully they got that, or will be able to receive that information in its entirety, so that this way it could plug up a lot of gaps
And
concerning the timeline.
I am pretty sure that if there was a second autopsy and a toxicology report in the middle of a murder investigation, the FBI is not going to release it until they have concluded the investigation and they go into trial.
Mm. Right.
Because
Oh,
that basically
that would make
is a
sense.
very important case of the evidence. So if there is something foul play in that autopsy, they're not going to give it up, because that's what they got to use against those people, and
Right,
they're not
right.
going to give it up. That's the surprise factor.
Right. And now one
And
of the
we all
things,
know that
go ahead, I'm sorry.
we know that they normally don't reveal that until the trial. Especially, we're not going to know that. The mostly we can all know, if we could get a yes or a no, if the second autopsy was done and if there was a toxicology report attached to it. But that's the most we can gonna get from the parents.
Right. Now, one of the other things, because I know we need to get to the speak your piece part, but one of the other things that some of us was going back and forth about, boss, I don't know if you or John was looking for something to show, but one of the things we went back and forth about was whether or not she was actually nude. I've seen this become a big deal. I don't even know where it came from, but I just people they ran with it, and I was like, wait, wait a minute, what's going on? I mean, because clearly this girl was butt naked. So when people started to talk about this white, matter of fact, I think we have. Hold on one second. Let me see if we got that picture over here. Because we had a picture of that white. Hold on, where is it at? We was just no, not that one. This picture right here. Yes.
Yeah.
So when you look like above her ear, there we could see the white right there. Now there's a part in the video we would have to show it unblurred. It can't be blurred for you to even see it. But there's a portion where it looks like not only do we see this tag over her ear or this white piece over her ear, but there's one you could see like on her back. So people automatically assumed like, oh, well, it was the tag from a like a bodysuit, like a new bodysuit. And I'm just kind of like, what in the world? Like, where did that even come from? And I'm gonna tell y'all what I thought it was. And I'm gonna just be honest with y'all, because I know I got some ladies in here who wear the lace fronts, the wigs. Y'all know where I'm at with this. And we have a way of protecting our edges, especially when we're about to go to bed. And then one of the other things was um, I can't remember what they're called, but they look like I was telling my smoke sisters, they look like the like birthday streamer, like streamer that you put up that we wrap around our hair. It kind of like tapers our edges down. Absolutely, Maria, that's what I'm talking about. And then like before I noticed the little white part on the back, I assumed because when we wear our lace fronts and our wigs, there's a cap up under it. Some of us put a cap on to cover up, to keep our hair protected. So at this picture right here, I thought maybe we were looking at the cap that's under her weave. The strips, Marcy, right? The strips. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I know I got some sisters in here that get down that one way. So yeah. So that's what I thought. But then when you see the one on her back, because like I said, we would have to show it. We can't if we were to show it to you, we can't blur it, and that's what the problem is. But
I have a question. Doesn't Shanquella have tattoos in her back? Wouldn't they be visible if she was naked?
You said
I'm one of those people that believe. I spend most of the day today looking at those rumors of she was having clothes, and I totally believe that she had on clothes. Because I'm like, she had tattoos, but we can't see the tattoos. Are you able to see the tattoos on her back and her shoulder?
Let's look at it. Let's look at it. John, you did that where you was able to? Here, let's look at it.
From the video portion, it is hard because we had to blur a lot of the sections and portions of her body from being exposed or seen. It is hard also too because of the light in the room and the certain areas of darkness versus light. Every place Shanquella was in the room, it definitely is hard to determine where you can see any of the tattoos on her body, especially her back.
Right.
I also want you to pay attention to a little detail on her leg. It seems like where the end of the short pants finish, you can see the difference. See if you can zoom in on her leg and see if you can see where the pants finish, the short pants finish.
Let me tell you what problem I have with that. because I'm dark skinned. And on dark skin, sometimes it's hard to see the tattoos.
Yeah.
We talking about a moving video. I mean, so but to not be able to see them don't, to me, suggest that she got something covering her body that is new, that's supposed to blend in with your body. And like, to me, that don't suggest that. But she is a darker shade. And I know I got some dark skinned people in here. You know, the dark skin, we represent the dark skin around here. Yeah, no. But tattoos aren't that visible on us. It's just not. And we're talking about a moving video. She, you know, she's moving, she's fighting. Well, she's not fighting, but she's in a fight. But you know, some things is just hard to see us on us darker skinned people. So but I get it, I respect it. But to me, whatever it was hanging had something to do with her hair, not what was on her body, because it was clear to me she was butt naked, clear. And when we cleaned up the video, when we brightened the video, when we, you know, she was naked. Like, so I really don't even know where that information came from, you know?
I think I have a good picture of Shanquella with the tattoos. I'm going to put it in the overlay right now. And you'll be able to see in high resolution the tattoo markings as to how far they are, as to what they are and how far they are. Up across the shoulder to the deltoid area of the right shoulder, all the way across her back. It looks like gives the appearance of a geisha woman, if you will. There is a woman's face.
That's what it is.
Yeah, this is a fan. I can't make out the other items, but this gives you at least a sense of the tattoo that Liza's talking about, which is very hard to see in the video because of the lighting inside of how it was shot.
And I don't know. Like I said, I just know dark-skinned people with tattoos, and some of them is not visible unless you up on them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you know, so I just, you know, people kept asking me about it, and they kept saying 54, she's not naked, and I'm like, wait, what? Like, where is that coming from? So that's why it's being addressed, because I know some people, they looking confused in the chat. You know, they looking confused.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna put it in parentheses. I'm not starting any rumors, but I think it coming from the possibility that there is another video out there with another angle of the fight that has everybody in a frenzy, because you can really see that she have on clothes and it's brown, natural to her color. So I can like write you later on and let you know exactly where you can go and see those videos, because the person who did it break it down second by second by second by second.
We did the same thing, Miss Liza. We did the same thing.
But do you have the right video? That because apparently there's another, like it's not the viral. It's not the video that went viral. It seemed like somebody leaked another video, and I'm not starting any rumors. But
well, where is it? Do you have it? Send it to us. We need it. Do you have it
right now? How do I do that?
Well,
I could tell you where to go to look. I could tell you where to go to look for it.
You got a link to it?
Yeah, if there's a link to it, then we
can I tell you where to go to look for it?
Yeah, tell me. I go look for it.
I gotta mention the name of the YouTuber. Is that okay with you guys?
So
put it in the private chat. Put it in the private chat.
Yeah,
Put
you
it.
can
How
write
Yeah.
do
it
I
in the
do all of
search.
that? Guys, remember, I am technological savvy.
Well, you see
You
where
sound like
you
me, Miss
are.
Liza. I'll be like, wait, what I gotta do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you
If you
guys
if
are.
you if you see where you are, if you look to the right, you're going to see 4 boxes, and it's the last box at the bottom. It
Should
also
be
has a
lit up.
red dot.
That is say Elizabeth W. Right?
What's
No,
that?
if you it should be lit up because I just said something to you. So look
You
for the
said
right.
something
It
to
says
me.
highlights.
No, I don't see none of that. All I see is the picture of Shanquella, and
Oh,
I
okay.
see that you guys have above. That's all I'm seeing. I'm not
Okay.
seeing. I mean,
So you're
I do
operating.
apologize.
Yeah, you're operating
So,
for off of your phone, right?
Yes, I am. I'm
Okay.
okay.
sorry.
So it might not have. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
It might
Now,
not
now,
have it on there.
real quick, because is this what type of thing that y'all talking about she was wearing? That's brown, and she
Something
really.
similar to that. Something similar to that. That's where something similar to that, not necessarily that one, but she got something, and it seemed like it's not, instead of being a halter top, it seemed that it just go across like her breast, like half of her chest is out, and the other where the breast is at is covered.
Listen,
But
Mm,
she
I
has
don't want to
something
sound.
similar to that, like a body a body very
I
tight
don't.
fitting rumba.
I don't want to sound perverted or nothing like that. When you
yeah,
watching
don't
her,
be saying.
you can see the outline of her her pubic hair. There's no way she got on clothes. I don't believe that.
No, I
No,
don't believe it.
she is completely naked. There is a picture that we do have, but of the actual assault.
But
And
if there's another video, we want it. We need that.
Absolutely.
yeah,
I can at least tell you because, like I said, I've been investigating that there are two different YouTubers that have two different versions of the video, and trust me, she is dressed,
You got the
and we
email?
could see the white label, and also you are able to see the rumors that somebody is recording hidden by the side of the bed. So that's why I said, do you guys got the
Nah,
right
I
version?
know who you're talking about.
nah,
I
nah.
know
I
exactly
can't
who
rap with
you're
that one,
talking
Miss
about.
Liza. I
No,
can't rap
I
with
know
that.
who
Okay,
you're talking about.
I
I
can't
know
so
rap with
exactly who you're
so
talking about.
so that's not correct.
no.
Don't, I mean, lead me the right direction. I'm trying to be in a mature, intelligent conversation.
Yeah, in
You know,
fact, our last behind the scenes conference that we had,
Okay.
I was able to pull that up, and we were able to view that particular video of that person talking about Shanquella being dressed and circling the tag behind her neck and doing all different things. A person's in the corner on the floor with a camera with a little head and all. We discussed that. Yeah,
Because my
we
thing
talked
is,
about it.
you got the thing around her head. You like to me, whatever this was
and,
associated with her hair.
and to be
And I'm
on,
just saying that's just my
and
opinion.
to be fair and honest with you, I even referred those tapes to the FBI.
No.
You
That's
know what I mean?
they out
Because I wanted them to investigate it because like you guys, I am here trying to get answers for this young lady just like you guys because this affected me personally because I
Yeah,
got children.
Right.
So
yeah,
Me too.
it could have been any one of us.
what,
Yeah,
right.
me too.
what people fail to realize is the fact that it's lack of information that's been put out there on this case. So what happens is a lot of people tend to look at these videos and just start putting out things because there's nothing else coming out, and people run with that. And you shouldn't do that. That's foul to me. I will hit those 3 dots next to your video. Do not recommend this channel because I don't want to see your nonsense. For real, I'm not lying, man. Like
Okay.
I can't stand people who do that, man.
No,
Right.
I'm with you
So
on that.
can I ask
I'm
you a
with you on that.
question with me being digitally impaired? So you were telling me that people are able to manipulate those pictures and put stuff that are not there into them?
Absolutely.
Of
Oh yeah,
course, of course.
Okay,
Absolutely.
okay.
Tamika
That's
Jenkins,
why
go look
I'm
that case up.
yeah, and that's why
Absolutely.
that's why we at the round table, when we gather our information, to vet it, and then process it for a presentation like this tonight, we make sure that it is the original
Right.
video or police report or autopsy, toxicology, crime scene photos, just like we covered in the Kanika Jenkins case. We were able to have access to all of those documents and provide those documents in their entirety, and show. And literally, right there, you have your proof of police narratives according to the case. You have your crime scene photos according to where she was found. You have the autopsy report that was done by the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, and we know who the doctors were that
Right.
conducted that, along with the toxicology examination and report that was submitted. So when we have those official reports and they are in their original body, then that's the information we're providing. We can provide. Here, we're looking for the same thing. The same thing doesn't change.
Yeah. I think because I know yeah, Phoenix, I see you, baby. But I think because I know we're gonna have a lot of people got something to say. I
Oh
know
yeah,
we are. So
yeah.
we're gonna have to let me tell y'all how we about to do this. Speak your piece. Listen, because I know we got some angry people in the chat. But yeah, let's
So
just
it's,
say
it's angry. They angry with me.
no, 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 no.
No,
Oh,
no.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of them are, but it comes with the cherry top. Some of them angry with me. Don't worry about it, Miss Liza. We good, baby. We riding. It is what it is.
They could be angry. They could be angry
You
at
know,
all of us right now.
yeah, they might be mad at
Yeah.
all of us right now. But with this speak your piece, we about to run it. But what if we do? Can we just take 5 people, man, and listen? When you come up here, I'm telling you, listen. Don't make me laugh. Look, I'm trying to be professional right now. Don't make me
My
laugh.
fault. My fault. I'm
Listen.
doing good.
So when you come up here, minimize the cussing, and please do not address Miss Liza. Now you can address what she has told us, but do not address her directly. I don't want that. I don't want the mess. But if you got questions and you feel some kind of way, I mean, we rad and let's rad. But and then I don't know how many people we're gonna have come up. We may not be able to get to everybody because we already almost 3 hours in. But I definitely want to give y'all opportunity to speak y'all piece, So Liza, Miss Liza, I just want to let you know this is the part of the round table where we allow people from the chat to come up on the panel. Now, I don't know if you want to stay up here to answer
no,
anything.
as long as it is respectful, I'm open for anything. As long as we can do it in a professional, mature, respectful way, I'm okay.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's do that. So let's drop the link. Hold up.
Okay. I'll go ahead and drop it. Okay. It's in the
There
chat.
go the link. And so come on, y'all. Let's get it. We riding, baby. Come on up here. Get on up here.
And once again, as you come up, we want to keep this respectable.
Absolutely.
We are having a very important conversation on the Shanquella Robinson case. And so we want to keep it respectable.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Minimize the cussing. I know, we got older people in here that don't like all the cussing. But I understand that a lot of us are passionate about the case. So yeah. And here's the thing, Ms. Liza, what we do is we allow them to speak until they're done. And then we comment. Like, I don't want to interrupt them while they're
Absolutely, I could be professional, and I could understand that.
I
Okay.
appreciate you. We do.
Yes, definitely.
We definitely appreciate you being here, So it looks like we got people coming on up.
Looks
B,
like
you said you ain't got your wrench. My bad, y'all. I'm sorry.
that's
But
okay.
B, I know you said you
All right, so first up, it looks like we have Miss Lady Ray
Lady Ray.
joining the panel.
Hey everybody. Hey
Hey, Miss-
Keith.
Hey,
Hello,
Lady
Miss
Ray.
Lady Ray.
Hey,
Hey
Lady Ray.
Boo.
Hi.
Hi. Hi Miss Liza, is that your name?
Yes, hi, my dear. How you doing? Good
I'm doing
evening.
good. How about yourself?
Happy New Year. I'm
Happy New
doing
Year.
great.
Okay, I have a question. Okay, so listen, I know that everybody, the everybody's speculating the white in her hair and the thing that's on her back. Everybody trying to say it's a tag. Um, First off, when we got the video, it was blurred out and they was trying to blur it out and stuff. Why blur it if she has on clothes? First off. Second off, I'm not sure if y'all seen the one picture where she's holding her bag, before they even went on trip. She just had, her pictures, but she has a nameplate. So when you're fighting, if anybody's been in a fight before, your necklaces and all that, it swang around or, some earrings pop off or something like that. Like it's, her nameplate twisted around. So that's what that is in the back. That's not clothes. That's a nameplate. The stuff on her hair is like, when you get your wig done or, whatever, they put the setting lotion, then they wrap it up and then they, so that your edges are protected. That's what that is. Then well, I think that's what that is. Let's just say that because I don't know. But then the picture where they're trying to say is her with these pink shorts, that totally looks like a man to me. That doesn't even look like a woman's body. Like not even the part like of course they're not showing her face, but
Right.
yeah, the
I'm
video
glad you
I
bring
think
I'm glad you bring that point up too. And I had to really take a look at that picture in a way to say, here you have an independent journalist, investigative journalist, that's providing to the public a picture. And there are privacy laws. Okay. One, we're dealing with allegedly someone who's deceased. Two, there are privacy issues that are attached to someone who is deceased. Okay. And rather than to try to, bend the rule, push the envelope, I think what Geraldo did, and I'm not giving him an excuse, but I think what he did was respect the privacy issue because that, in his belief, is Shanquella. And the last thing that he would want to do is to publish a picture of her fully identified, deceased, especially when there's an ongoing open investigation. So, respectively, he didn't do that. So,
right.
and
And
this
I
is the reason
understand
why,
that.
and this is the reason why a lot of people are finding it hard to hone down whether that is her or not.
Yeah, I
I just wanted to
understand
mention
that
that.
not showing her face, but okay, Shanquilla had nails on. Her toes were painted. If you look in that picture where they're right there by the big toe, you can clearly see it's not no paint on that toe. See, those feet look like they're swollen and like it's the person who just wear flip flops or something like that. It's
Yeah,
not
they
like
are.
fancy feet like you seen when she was, in the walking around and was you could tell she has her fancy, she got fancy toes. Her nails were, I mean, her toes were done. Her nails was done. That picture, none of that is done. Then it looks like when a man how that you don't pull your pants all the way up, but they're like right there at your hip, like right above your butt or whatever, but that doesn't look like a woman. Like I understand people saying people blow up, but they were just getting there. Like she didn't just blow up that quick. That can't be true. That I don't think
Right.
that's her.
Yeah.
Now, I'm with you. I definitely respect that, Lady Ray. Because I again I had the same questions, right? But then one of my other questions, and like I said, I think we got some medical people in here. One of my other questions was if she has these injuries, the atlas luxation, the cracked spine, would that cause your body to swell? Because I know with broken bones, it does. It does.
Yeah, it
So
does cause
is
your
it the
body to
same
swell,
thing?
but you don't swell up that fast.
Mm.
Well,
Like you're
according
not
to
gonna swell up that fast. They were just getting there. I know they were saying that it took them a minute to get there, but it didn't take no hours to get there. Like when your body starts to swell, like when you get in a fight and you black somebody's eye, their eye ain't black right then and there. But when they wake up, your eye gonna be black, your body gonna be hurting, you're gonna be swollen, you're gonna be all of that. It doesn't happen right then and there.
Right.
I think that the
And
first question that I will ask Miss Lady Ray is, in your opinion, where are you as far as when did Shanquella Robinson die? Because according to where you believe in right now, where you stand, then we can understand why is it that you're having a difficult time or you are not. Because if you think that she died at 3 or at noon or at 8 or at 5, when do you think that she died? That would be the question that I will ask you.
Okay, yeah. Now let me answer that question. Um, I don't know when she died because I wasn't there. I tried to speculate because it's an open investigation and that just mess up the case. But with the factual evidence that we have, just using that, she, the fact of the matter is, the day before they were having fun. She was walking around. She recorded, and the next day they were saying she died. They just got there, so she couldn't have died that far. That much. They weren't there for 72 hours. They weren't there for 24 hours before she even ended up passing. So she wasn't dead that many hours.
Right. And
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 that's
and
a
that
fact.
just
Like you can prove that with the fact that when they left, when she got there, with you can prove that. It's not like you have to speculate and look for that. It's there. Like I, mm,
right. And see that, I guess that's like one of the things like B Woods was saying, because I remember breaking my fingers. I broke 2 of my fingers. And before I made it to the house, my hand was already swole. Like, I mean, it looked crazy. So that's why I'm saying, if I'm dealing, if we're to believe that her neck was broke, her spine was cracked, wouldn't that cause swelling? Like, it just makes sense to me. And again, and I'm gonna put this disclaimer out there: I don't have medical in my background, but to me, any broken body part is gonna cause swelling. So could that possibly be what we're seeing? I don't know.
it could, but if that were the case, why are those clothes that she's supposedly swollen in fitting her like they're her size? Like she bought those for herself. That doesn't look like some clothes they just got from somebody. That look like some clothes they trying to, that's the clothes that this person had on.
For all we know, that's Dejanay clothes, because Dejanay was a big
yeah,
Amazon, big back. You know what I'm saying? We don't know. It might have been Dejanay biker shorts. I don't even know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
and I
mean,
mean
I
I
don't
get
think
that.
nobody has confirmed whether or not these was even her clothes. That's
right.
another detail for me.
That's
Was these
another
her
detail.
clothes?
Yep.
Yeah, because I don't even believe that it's her in the picture. So I don't know. Because the dad did say she was found in pajamas, and then I know they were saying she was in the bathroom when the what's the lady that worked, some like the cleaning lady had found her. But even okay, when you do go through all the swelling and all of that, so when you lay on your back, your stomach sinks in, right?
Yeah.
Now we all had already seen Shanquilla's stomach, in the videos and stuff. She has a little flat stomach. It's not no pot belly. It looks like that person in that picture was drinking beer for a couple days.
Hmm.
Right.
That
Mhm.
doesn't look like her belly. It does. It just. I mean, me, my I don't know.
High five.
Right. I
we
feel you.
had we had a major discussion on that, because that
We
was
did.
the first
We
point
did.
of doubt. That was the first point of doubt, that we all had on the round table, and examining that picture if it was her. The legs were thicker, the feet were obviously swollen, and the belly. So that's what led us to edema. And
Exactly.
then
That's the proper medical term,
yeah,
edema.
and so looking at that, we compared that edema to Kanika's edema in the freezer. We compared that to shaken baby syndrome,
Yeah.
and also looked at some other medical terms in reference to injuries pertaining to broken bones, broken vertebrae, to try to match it up to see if they go side by side. And to a large degree, we found that edema does occur,
It does.
especially if
Right.
there's a fracture or something broken.
Right.
In your belly though.
Yeah, well, you've got the lower lumbar
Lady
cracked.
Ray used to. Yeah.
So that's where one of the injuries were, right behind the belly. If you go to your small part of your back right now, where you're sitting, just
Oh, baby.
above the buttocks is the small part of your back, which is right behind your stomach
It's gonna
and
push your
large and
stomach.
lower intestines.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Yeah.
believe it's gonna push your stomach up though. I just don't believe that.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I don't.
boss with you, Lady Ray.
Yeah. I don't understand that. And then even if
Yeah.
when all of this stuff is broken, that person is laying flat, like on their back, hands to the side. Like, I mean, you're not gonna be straight like that if all of that is broken. Like if your spine is broken, you're not gonna be able to lay straight. I mean, you're not gonna be able to be straight. It's gonna be like that person was flat, straight, arms to the side.
Right. And
Mm,
if it's a back injury, you would think it swells out, not into your stomach. You know what I'm saying? That don't make sense to me.
Yeah.
mm.
But good point of observation because it was
Yeah, and
one of
we
our
appreciate.
main points.
Yeah, and we appreciate you coming up, Lady Ray.
Absolutely.
No
Lady
problem.
Ray, go ahead.
Thanks for having me, y'all. All right, y'all.
Love
Oh,
your
yeah, we
commentary.
appreciate you. Thank you, Lady Ray.
No problem, boo.
So next up, we have Larissa. She's been very active in the chat. So I know she got something to say. Oh Lord.
Miss Larissa's coming up?
Oh
Okay.
Lord. Yeah. Yeah. There she go.
Miss Larissa.
Hello, everyone. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
It
Happy New
is.
Year.
Woo! This here. Mm, mm, mm. So, I,
Uh-oh.
I,
Uh-oh.
Here
I,
we go. Let it out. Let it out.
I'm, I'm conflicted on the last caller. She did come up with some valid points of her body.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause at first, I was like, no, that's not her. And then I was okay, maybe it is her. Now I'm conflicted.
Right.
I'm conflicted. So I'm just
I'm
gonna say
sorry.
yes and no. And I do understand not showing her face out of respect, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
I think Eliza pretty much made sense for me. Like, okay, when she came back to the United States, she had a different outfit on. It makes sense. They got to cut it off. Same thing if you get in a car accident in the ambulance, they're gonna do the same thing. Because I was about to call my uncle and ask him a tons of questions.
Right.
I mean,
My
if they
uncle,
gonna, if they gonna, I'm sorry, you haven't finished. My bad.
so my uncle owns a funeral home, so I'm quite sure he can answer a lot of questions for me too. And I'm gonna ask him about the body and stuff like that, just to see what his intake would be on that as well,
Mm.
Mm,
and
okay.
maybe back with y'all on that aspect of things.
Yeah. And when you find out, please let us know. Send it to me. You can email it to me, Boss John, you know, because that's one again, I mean, that's one of those details that we need answers.
Yeah,
We have to be able
we
to answer
also,
that.
and we also need the restatement from the maid.
Mm,
Absolutely.
Yes.
mm, yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm with you on that.
Cause it starts with her because she's the first one to discover the body.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And then if you think about it, that she would have said she found her naked as well. That was never said. Them little hoes, heifers, clothed her and left her there to be found as a cover.
Mm. And that's possible. I'm not saying that's not possible. It is. Anything's possible, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Um Devin said Devin Gambino, he said for whoever that took the pic of the body on the floor, maybe there's a reason why they didn't take different angle pics. They probably didn't want us to know who it really was. And that's true because I'm gonna be honest with you, Devin. That was one of the issues that I had. And Miss Larissa, I think I seen you comment on something regarding this, but for all we know, he has more. But
Has
the
to.
picture that we got don't show a face. So we all kind of like, wait, show me the face. I'm sure any crime scene photos, if y'all have, y'all a lot of us in here follow crime. I've seen many crime scene photos. We see close-ups. I know I got a lot of J4 cares in here. We've seen the close-ups. We've seen
Can
the
can I can I
movement.
say something? Not interrupting you. You guys got to remember that at
Yes.
the time of that photo, that scene was not a crime scene. It was just an emergency call for a person who was not feeling good, who have alcohol poisoning, and unfortunately didn't make it. It was not considered a crime scene.
Okay,
What?
and then that just okay. No, okay. So wait a
Yeah,
minute.
yeah, you
Wait a
just went the
minute.
wrong way with that one. That's
Because
just
yeah, because wait, because then if they're not at this moment not considering it a crime scene, then why even
No,
take the photos?
thank you.
Yeah.
Why
That's
take
not
the
a
video
video.
photos, whatever it is they did in there? Why do all of that if at that very moment there it's not a crime scene?
That's a video. It's a screenshot.
I
And
would say probably to figure out that what they were saying and what the that person was looking like was not really what they were saying, and they probably took it to cover themselves when all the mess exploded.
But you don't do that when they're either about to work on her or while they in the midst of working on that. You do that once she's considered dead. You don't take pictures like that. Like, what was the purpose of the pictures of the ambulance and the guy walking down the driveway? That just don't happen at a scene. So that's why we ask, who is that taking these pictures, or should I say, shooting that video? Because I feel like
Right.
it's a screenshot.
Now let me ask you this too. So, or and this is just for everybody. Again, if it's not a crime scene at that very moment, like I said before, then the question becomes why even take the pictures? Or if I mean, if I know we at one point had called the ambulance for my dad, you know, they didn't come in taking pictures. You understand what I'm saying? They came in to work on him, and that was it. So,
Yep.
so so when I ask that question, why take these photos and things like that if it's not a crime scene? Understand this. Let me tell y'all one of the things that I'm thinking, and this is just a possibility. Don't judge me. But what if the doctor alluded to them? Like, look, something ain't right. What if she like, look, something ain't right with this? I don't trust it. The girl looked beat up. She looked. You understand what I mean? What if information was put out there and they felt they needed to do this right then? You understand what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but
Especially
I totally understand what you say because those are medical professionals. They knew that little story of alcohol poisoning was not matching with what was going on.
mm,
especially when they telling them, no, treat her here. No, don't take her there. Yeah, absolutely.
mm,
And then another thing, when the housekeeper found her, was she sitting up or was she laying down? Because if she was sitting up and then she was already deceased, how to get her body straight?
that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't believe she was dead. I believe she died when.
Yeah. Now I see where you're coming from. Now that I'm thinking about it more and more, I see where you're coming from with that now.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, and this is especially when we come to the round table, it's all about um being able to ask the right questions. We didn't come to like to try to confuse y'all. None of that. We try to hash out all the details before we even come, you know, live to y'all at the round table. Trust me, I tell y'all every round table, we be back here slap boxing sometimes. Get real backstage. Boss
oh
said
yeah,
he gonna start recording us backstage and put together like bloopers.
Yep.
We get real back there,
That's why I
but
that's
It
why
get
I
heated.
say as long as you guys treat me okay because I am not the one for the stress. I just want to help, but I'm not going to be because I was like, oh my God, is that what really happened on YouTube? Everybody fighting, and that was a little bit too much for me. I was like, no, I did not sign up for this.
No, you're not
So
gonna get that over here. You're not gonna get that.
54 ain't having it.
you know,
yeah, no,
but
we ain't
I
doing that.
appreciate it so far. I'm loving it. It's been a nice experience with you guys.
Thank you.
well,
Appreciate you.
thank you,
I really do
thank you.
appreciate you. Larissa, did you have anything else, baby?
Yeah, Desiree, and that is her body on that floor. Why you put that ugly outfit on her like that? I know that's yours.
Hey,
Hey, outfit.
hey,
I'm just saying we don't know. It's just one
hey,
of them details we don't know. We don't know
Right.
what he had on.
But we definitely need the May statement because it will probably help with more information because like I said, if the maid found her sitting up or laying down, that's another puzzle.
Yeah,
Because if you died sitting up, there's no way you can lay a dead body straight.
right, right. I agree with that. I do.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm about to get in contact
Yeah.
with my uncle, and I will get back with you with this information.
Please do. Please
appreciate
do.
it.
And
Yes.
if you email me, I'll slide you my number so you can
All
call me
right.
because them is some of the details that we need. You know.
Exactly.
So I appreciate you.
You welcome, love, and I love all of y'all on the panel. And happy New Year! And this is my birthday month.
Me too,
And
Miss. Oh shoot, when your
oh, it's your
birthday?
birthday.
Happy New Year.
Salute.
The Capricorns are in the
Cap
house.
Nation. Do we got some Capricorns in
Cat
the building?
Nation.
Cap
Well,
Nation,
I'm
baby.
January 29th.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah,
You ain't no
good.
Capricorn.
So
You
you
now, baby.
Aquarius like Lisa. I am Aquarius too.
Yeah,
Aquarius.
Okay. But
Okay.
I
yeah,
am going to celebrate Shaquilla's birthday.
yeah,
On the
I'm going
9th.
to celebrate it for her.
Yeah, that's right. January 9th.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cap
Who
Nation,
birthday
baby.
January 9th?
Shanquella's.
Tranquilla.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my mama birthday. Dang, I ain't
And
know
that's
that.
Wow.
my mother-in-law birthday.
That's my mom's
Yeah,
birthday.
my birthday January the 3rd.
Okay.
Tuesday, baby. We riding, baby. You know, and yeah, we celebrating Cap Nation in here. So we got any Capricorns in here in the building. Happy birthday to y'all. This our month. This our season right here. So
Yes.
yeah, turn up one time. Turn up.
One thing that I am surprised as the birthday of Shanquella coming up soon on January 9 is that we have this case have become international. Why is it that we haven't make a call or support like let's come out and on that day everybody wear a certain color or wherever we are and say her name to bring a reaction from the government into this case so they can speed up the process or give us an answer
Yeah.
what's going on.
Flood
Yeah,
the
That would
phone.
be
Flood the
that
phone
would be
line.
nice.
Call them. Harass them. Everything.
yeah. And the sister, she when she updated the GoFundMe, that's what she was saying. She was like, they need help. We need to be calling the FBI and the United States Department and things like that. And I agree, but I can't. The thing of it
I,
is I know they're working.
I
We just
remember
trust the process. That's my
I
motto for
remember for our
2023.
brother Ahmad Arbery for his birthday, which was February 23rd. The following year, what they did was they did like everybody did like a run on that day to honor him and to bring attention to his case that we needed justice. And that's what I was saying. Why having the big platform and everybody kind of organized, everywhere that people are supporting to get justice for Shanquella to come out, you know, a certain hour or with a certain colors, all over the nation, because we do have the support to do that. And I
Right.
think it's something that should be considered to bring attention so that to make the government and the FBI and all the Department of Justice and state Department of State to be realize that we are calling for justice. What's going
Yeah.
on?
Right.
This is the
And
perfect opportunity. It's a
and not
birthday.
I'm sorry. And not to throw off the topic a little bit. I do not like the fact that they bashing her sister because she's taking pictures down of Shanquella. That's her business.
It is. It
Right.
is. We can't
She
be
has
mad
the
at
right to
her.
privatize.
That's
She has the right to privatize pictures, video, and just like any content creator has the right to privatize anything that they want to
Right.
show versus
So
that
what is the
which they
problem?
don't want to show. Right.
right. I don't have a problem with that. She can
Me
do
Yeah.
whatever
neither.
she wants. That's her sister. Much
No
love
issue
to
here.
her. Much love to her. That's her sister. However she want to do it, let her do what she do. You understand what I mean? We can't be mad at that. We
Nope.
can't be. That's crazy to me.
Right.
That's stupid to me. We leave her alone and let them grieve. And another thing was pissing me off. Oh, I don't see the mama upset and everything like that. She handled her privacy grieving in a different lighting. She don't have to be on TV showing her tears. We saw a few, but you're not gonna see her be outraged. She trying to keep her head focused, answer these questions, and bring out her story. Leave these people alone.
I
Yeah,
agree.
and focus on the case.
The
Thank
case.
you.
That's it. That's it. Just
Just the
focus on the
case.
case. I don't. That's why I don't get into the. And understand this. I respect everybody. I respect everybody's channel. I respect whatever it is you're doing, whether I agree with it or not. Who am I to tell you what you can and cannot say in your house? You
Hmm.
understand what I mean? But
Right.
some things I'm just not riding with. You understand what I mean? And I'm not. And I'm not for bashing the family. You may have questions about, why they did this, why didn't they do that? But listen, this is at the end of the day, Shanquella, that's their daughter, their sister, their aunt, their cousin. Listen, they got a right to do and move however it is they want to move. Because what we do know for sure is that they didn't beat her up down there in Cabo. Her family
They
didn't do that. They
no,
they did that. Period.
Right.
Period. But I appreciate you coming up, baby.
no problem. Much love to the panel.
Yes, much
Love.
love back to you.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So who
All
we
right.
got? We got Money Bird, and then I guess we'll do Money Bird, and then we'll wrap it up. So Money Bird in the building.
In
What's
the
up?
house.
What is up? Happy New Year.
Happy
Look
New
at
Happy
me
Year.
New Year.
Yeah.
with my colors on in the red and black, baby.
Yes.
Some
Look at
tour
my
Yes.
stuff.
Peace at the table. I came on tonight. Somebody tagged me and said they're talking about Shaquilla, so I'm all for it.
right.
First of all, I want to say I'm the invisible woman in the chat. Second of all, second of all, second of all, I'm gonna look at it like this right here, and I hope everybody can look at it. Take emotions out of it now because it's not going to take us nowhere. It's not going to get us where we want to be and the information that we need. Now, when it comes to a video, we see what happened in the middle. We don't know what happened in the beginning. We don't know what happened that
Right.
night. We don't know what happened before the trip. And we don't know what happened after. However, when it comes to that video at the end, or they say the end, which I believe is a cut, I believe they cut it.
Mhm.
That first video, I've heard a couple of people say they seen her being slammed, but you can't find that video nowhere.
Nowhere.
So my thing about it is, I'm not pushing that video out the window because we don't know, because I ain't seen it. So if she was still alive, is this enough in the court of law? Even for
See,
Mexico with the feds up there investigating, I'm pretty sure they know. But is the video that we've seen is just enough to convict?
it's
I,
mm-hmm.
Reason being because Judge Joe Brown said it's not.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. We went back and forth about that part of it.
And the reason why I throw his name up because he's a judge.
Right.
And so therefore, this, like he said, this is not the only crime that has happened outside of America. It's just one that made the media.
Right.
So it's happened before. These cases you have to really look and search for them or whatnot. And most of the time it was no body. Her body was brought back.
Right.
Motherberg, I do want to say this. Me and 54 talk about this all the time. We definitely feel like, they should be, but I don't think they got enough to arrest nobody else.
Right.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, what are they gonna get them with? Now I know some people was like, oh, well, lying after the fact, things like that. But all we have, because we're living in the days of social media, okay?
Mhm.
So that's how we get all these videos that we see. Not even just in Shanquella case. People film everything now.
Yes,
We're
they
not
do.
seeing people go to jail just because they filmed a crime. You understand what I mean?
Yes, and I get exactly what you're saying, but even if we go back, not to jump subject, but just using an example, Takeoff. Everybody thought it was Little Cam, but the feds seen that video and they been probably knew who it was, but they didn't say nothing Yes, the autopsy and all that. I believe they did that. They got more fingerprints on her body than probably a doorknob.
Mm,
That's
You
true.
mm.
know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
That's
Yeah,
true.
there
Because
would be
do I
there would
think
be some kind of
Mexico
trace
did that?
DNA on it.
much love to you, Gerald.
Yeah,
Gerald said, "Oh, aloha from Hawaii. Okay,
Hawaii.
we got Hawaii in the building. That's what we're talking about." He says from the video when Dejanay kicked her, that's when she gave the fatal blow. Also, keep in mind the State Department has to be signed off from the top due to the treaty agreement.
Mm,
Hmm.
That's
mm.
true. Now that's true.
Mhm.
But the last thing I want to say is that I just feel like I need some more information. Yes, it's the holidays.
Right.
The government is on vacation right now. And whether you want to believe it or not, if you think they're in there doing everything they need to be doing, no. And then you
Nope.
gotta think we got these elections. So we have to be patient. It's not gonna happen as fast as we want it, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna be surprised when they do pick up whoever they're gonna pick up.
Yeah, and
I
that's
Mm.
what
totally
I'm
agree.
saying. That's why I want to see the paperwork
Me
because
too.
we went back and forth about this, backstage, and I'm like, I really wanted to know what could they possibly charge them with,
Well,
after the fact is what I heard from my smoke sisters, throwing that around. But what can they get them
can
with?
Tampering with
can I
evidence.
answer a little bit of that question? In
Yes,
the
ma'am.
video that Mr. Suniga put out, he one of the reasons why he wanted to present those photographs is because so far we know from what we saw in the video that the fight happened in the bedroom, but we find out on the living room, and there are different versions of testimony of where everybody find Shanquella from Lucy, from Nasir, and because even though they haven't interviewed him, they got there what he put in social media, which was basically available for them to see or to hear. So basically, is what they was able to conclude was that there is enough reason to believe that the scene of a crime was tampered, a body was tampered with, it was moved, it was abandoned, there was omission and lies to the police because the police took their testimony, you know. So
I'm
there are several penal codes from Mexico that the rest of the Cabo on six will have to go through. They don't carry the same dramatic 20 or 25 years up to 60 for the feminine side, but they carry 2 to 6 or imprisonment time if they are convicted.
Right
Can I say something real
on the lower charges.
Say that again, lower charges, but right
Yeah,
now
on the lower
e-
charges. Yeah,
everybody in the Cabo says has some have a little vacation back to Mexico for one way or the other.
yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna say
Because so far the State Department down in Mexico has already posted Article 306 and Article 334. One obviously is the concealment of a crime scene, messing with evidence, tampering with evidence, et cetera, et cetera. And that does hold time,
Yep.
and that was one of the good things that did come from Zuniga's Live, that if this is what the Mexican government is doing and stacking their counts, if you will, or stacking the charges up until it gets to a point to where if they can prove intent, that is the highest charge, murder, with intent.
Exactly.
If they can't prove intent, they can fall back to involuntary manslaughter, being that Dejanay Jackson did not intend to kill Shanquella
Right.
on
I
one
don't think that
count.
was the intention. I really
Okay,
don't. I don't.
and right, and so you have an involuntary manslaughter charge there, and then again you will also have felonious assault
Yep.
because that
That's what
is
I
what we
see.
see in the video.
Absolutely. That's what I
So
see.
that's going to be time per charge, along with the concealment, the moving of the body, the lying, everything, every single one stacked. And if they do it consecutively, then they'll get the most time from all of them.
Right. Miss
The-
Honey said that they can get them for tampering with the corpse. But here's the thing, you would
That
have to
that is
prove that
true.
she was dead when, and that's what I'm saying. To me, you would have to prove that she was dead when they started moving her around. You know, if y'all think that Nazir lied and she was dead when Nazir got there, if
when
I
she
can
had the
understand
seizure.
that. Yeah, I can understand that. But there's certain things that have to be proven
Yeah,
before
and
you
that's
just
And,
only going to come from the medical aspect to prove that point.
And can I say
and
this real quick?
Yeah,
I don't mean to cut you off. But now hold up now. We seen what happened in that video. We know it was real, that part, but whatever happened afterwards, we don't know, as I said. But when it comes to Mexico, they full of and I'm just gonna say it like that because
and we know exactly what you mean,
you know
baby.
what I'm
Mhm.
saying.
Yep.
Because when you think about it, off TOP, when you think about it, I don't want my friend to go to the hospital. Really? You not you? What kind of medical professional are you? What kind of
Right.
medical professionals do they have?
yeah,
Right.
Okay,
Absolutely.
then after that, the police come. Oh, I didn't do that. That's how poison. What kind of officer are you?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So they are
Right.
just as much accountable. And I'm gonna keep saying, and the cartel is involved, and I believe it to my bone. I
Mm.
believe they told them y'all got 24 hours to leave.
Oh wow.
I
Mm.
hate to say it, but at the end of the day, they want to make this go away. And if I got a few homies from Mexico, and they say they're all about the money. Period, point blank.
That's
Police is
true.
make $200 a month. You get them $200 when you get pulled over. You'll get through. So when you think about it like that, if it's all about the money like that, and the cartel is over that hotel or that villa, come on now. They don't want nothing coming back, so they telling whoever in charge make this go away.
yeah,
But if they didn't send that paperwork correct to the federal agents in America, they are not going to send a USA citizen over there. Guilty or not, she can
Thank
be
you.
charged over here, but they're not going to send her over there where there's corruption
Mm.
because
yeah.
she
And
has a social security number.
here's a little tip for everybody too. $250 American money is $5,000 in pesos.
Yep. $256
In Mexico,
to be
in
exact.
yeah,
Exactly.
$56. That's right.
Yeah.
So that's $5,000 in Mexican pesos.
Right. Right.
So we just got to look, wait, and see what's going to be real and what's going to come out. I hope they did the autopsy in America. I
They
hope
did.
they got everything because I don't believe Mexico did no. I don't even think they went in there and handprint the room or look for blood. I just don't believe it. I'm sorry. It
Right.
wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Did y'all see that in writing?
That's right.
Well, that's what they're going to have to provide the Department of Justice here in America. They're going to have
Well, they
that's
tell
got to
And
be a
what if
part of
they
the case
don't?
work.
And what if
they're
What's
they
not
that?
going to
don't?
send over. They're not going to send over there.
Yeah, then extradition goes out the window.
Yeah,
I
they're not going
yield
to
my
send that
mic. I
girl
love y'all. Goodbye.
over there. You had a good one.
We appreciate you, Money Bird.
Yes, Money Bird. Thank you.
Now, one of the questions that Dar put in the chat,
Oh,
she
okay.
wanted to know, and this is for Miss Liza, why did Geraldo say he'll release the 911 call in January? So he has the
No,
911 call, correct?
uh, he okay. He's you talking about his program coming up on Tuesday
Third
or tomorrow?
tomorrow. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, repeat the question a little bit again. You guys, you can tell that I'm falling asleep, but repeat the question again.
No, it was asked in the chat. Dar wanted to know, why did he say he'll release the 911 call in January? Basically,
Tomorrow is January 2nd, and he has a program scheduled in which he planned to release something related to the 911 call
yes.
that was done when Winter called to request the ambulance.
Okay. And I guess, and for me, I mean, I definitely want to hear it for sure. But the fact that I don't know what winter sound like, I don't know what Dejanay sound like, I don't know how we gonna be able to authenticate this 911 call. Like, I
Well,
mean, I don't know.
well, he's gonna have a printout from the 911 facility, I think,
Oh,
I don't know if it's gonna be an audio, but I think it's the printout.
like a transcription from the audio.
Exactly, something like that. As far as I
Oh,
understand. But
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know about any audio. As far as I know, it's the printout,
right.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
the transcript, which would be the proper word.
Right. Gerald said that's where the surveillance camera outside. He said that's where the surveillance camera outside, based on time, that assault occurred while she was sleeping in the AM. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said, "Don't make me drag you from your bed."
Hmm?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember that.
I don't
Where
remember
was
that.
that at? Was that in
Yeah,
the video?
I missed that.
I don't think
I think
Gerald. I
I,
don't
I
think.
think that I think that was right at the beginning.
All
Or,
I heard
or
was okay in the beginning.
and then she, are you ready? Okay.
Yeah, that part I heard.
Right. So yeah,
The
and that's
the
where it
okay,
started.
the hands clap, and then all of a sudden the assault unfolded. Yeah, that part I heard.
Right. Mm.
But the addition of where that statement came from, you know, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah. No, I didn't. No.
Yeah, we
And
didn't
I'm gonna be
pick up
honest, we
on
didn't
that.
hear it. I mean, the video that we have, that's not in there.
Hmm.
It's not in there. You know, but again, even with this case, like with many other cases, we have to pay attention to the details. And I tell y'all all the time, question everything, even what I tell you. You understand what I'm saying? Because you need to know for yourself how it fits. When I get a piece of information, I'm wondering, how does it fit? Does this make sense? I'm asking all these questions, and you got to be able to pick it apart. We didn't, of course we're gonna be waiting for this 911. I don't need at this point now, I don't even know if it's an actual 911 call or if we just gonna have a transcript of the call. Um,
And I'm with you. I don't know what he's gonna be presenting. I know it's related to
right.
Winter and when she called to request the ambulance. That's all I know.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay. And that's what I'm saying. And Sean know what it is. He riding with me. The devil is in the details. So
Always.
we need the details. And for all I know, and again, I understand what he's doing. I understand the play. But it's for us, we need to dissect everything that's being given. And it's not just I'm not I try to keep an open mind. I've tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to we're just trying to piece it together. You
and
know,
and it's like I said from the beginning. I don't have no problem with the questions, and they try to figure it out because I do it to him. I speak with him like 10 times a day,
right,
and I got questions and clarification, and he sometimes I can tell you, okay, I'll be quiet. You know what I mean? But like I said, I don't have a problem with the question. What I have a problem is with the disrespect.
right.
We
And
cannot
I
have
do.
a mature dialogue. You know, it's no need for being insulting and being xenophobic, and you know what I mean. All of that is not necessary. We can have an adult conversation where we can ask questions, clarify,
Absolutely.
and whatever you cannot understand because he cannot provide it because the government of Mexico or the FBI is not saying it. You know, I don't see the rage towards the FBI or the people who are in charge of the investigation. You know, he's the only one providing you with piece of information, and the rage is toward him, but not towards the people that are not giving you nothing. That they telling you we cannot make no comment because there's an ongoing investigation. That's all you get. Even the parents are complaining that they're not getting any update. So it's like, he is
Right.
trying to do his best, to give some clarification, but he also got limitations that it is what it is. We all having it because there's like a vote of silence from the Mexican government to the United States, the FBI. You see that even the name of the person who was in the arrest warrant was not mentioned.
Yeah, and the thing of it is, I went off of what the family said. The family said there was no arrest made. So again, it just had you questioning his information. And that's all I'm saying. And I try not to disrespect anybody, but I promise you, if I feel like what you giving me is some BS, I'm gonna put your ass in the spotlight and we gonna be on your ass over here. You
Oh
understand
yeah.
what I mean?
That's
And it
right.
ain't no disrespect. It's just that we genuinely want to know what happened and how it happened.
Yeah.
And all we have right now, you have to understand this too, Miss Liza. All we have is him out here supposedly giving us the details from over there.
Yeah, that's it.
So he's going to get backlash. He's going to, and understand this, the round table, we're going to question what he put out here.
And I don't
Now,
have a problem with the questions. I just
right,
saying it's like for example, we have been on this phone like for what, an hour and a half or so,
right.
but you hadn't had the need to disrespect me because of
No,
my accent, because of my disability, or because of where I'm from. We agree to disagree and we keep it moving. That's not
absolutely.
what's happening towards him. He's being totally disrespected because he's from
Right,
Mexico, and that is absolutely disrespectful.
right,
Ms. Liza,
Because
can you
when you guys or all of us, because I am a black Puerto Rican, somebody calls us the N word, we get offended. So what do you think it's okay to do it to him? So
right,
that's where I came in that I got offended, and I wanted him to quit because I felt like you guys are being ungrateful and he really don't have to do it.
right.
can
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I
can
also
you
and also my rage was not mostly with you people, with the YouTubers. He also was getting a lot of pressures from the big name YouTubers, and also from the big media station in the United States that was getting his information and wasn't even giving him the credit for his work. You know what I mean? And I was
Mm,
like, wait a minute, hold up, copyright your stuff and put that watermark, because then they're acting like they want getting the information, but they're not telling you that they calling him, harassing him. And that's
mm,
where I was really getting angry. And as you could see, my voice is going higher because I was like, you guys abusing him. And I wasn't referring to the regular people. I was
right,
talking about the media, the North Carolina newspapers and reporters, everybody who's been collapsing his email, the big YouTubers or in YouTube. I'm like, no, wait a minute. I may not be able to do much, but one thing I could help you is speak English, be your voice. You tell me what you need me to tell them, and I handle the situation because unlike you, I live here in America, so I know how to deal with this situation.
right. And you have to understand with the details that he given, I mean, that's YouTube. That's how these YouTube streets work. You understand what I
I
mean?
had never been on YouTube because it's like I said, I wasn't even concerned about you guys. I was concerned about the lack of disrespect that the big medias was not giving him, but they calling him to get the information because they don't want to send no anchors to Mexico because they know it's a dangerous place to go and report.
Right. I can understand that. I definitely can. I can understand that. I can. Gerald said that's where the footage is key, where everyone was initially. It seems as if Shanquella was sleeping at the time of the assault. And then as he said, sidebar, I appreciate all you've given. We appreciate you too, Daryl. We like I said, we just trying to figure out the details. That's it. And how they fit. And it's a lot of people reporting on the case. I get it, naturally so. But some of the details is confusing us. Like, and then it just makes us it makes the case harder. Like I seen where they like, oh well, Zuniga, jeopardizing the case. I mean, what do y'all think about that? With him giving us these details, I would want to know now, Miss Liza, and you may know the answer to this. If
Okay,
if he has the transcription of this 911 call, or even the 911 call itself, I'm not sure. Do you think the parents and the sister has it?
I don't know what they got. I don't really know
Okay.
what they got. I mean, it will be hard for me to answer for them or speak for them, but I'm hoping if I was the parent, I will make sure that I get as much information I can.
Right, for sure. For
Right.
Like a
sure.
lot of people have asked me why they haven't, or he haven't communicated with them, and I'm like, but wait a minute, hold up, this is a two-way street. 'Cause he has never said that he's not going to speak with them. He always been available, and they've been out over the place, ABC, TMS, but he has not reached out to them.
Mm,
So I will, use him as a source and a research. If I have the ability of having somebody close to the scene or to the area that can give me some help and clarification, but they haven't reached out, and he's more than unwilling to speak with them and give them any type of help or any research, that he can do. And I even told him I'm willing to translate. So if English or Spanish is the reason why they haven't communicated with him, don't worry about it. We got it. We can speak. I can speak English and I can translate.
right. And I do, because you definitely riding for him. You definitely riding for him, but understand this. And I can't speak for everybody, but I can definitely speak for myself, and I can speak for John and Boss here at the round table. You know, we just want to get to the bottom of it. We and with him being the only one, what I need him to understand is that with him being the only one who's giving all this quote unquote inside information, we watch we watching and we're gonna break it all the way down. So I need him to understand that the round table and not just the round table, because I've seen other YouTubers breaking it down. But just know, again, speaking for the round table, whatever he put out here, we own it. Know
And
that.
I appreciate it because,
We
like I
do.
said, I be on it when he be telling me stuff or he say something. I'm on it too.
Yeah,
Everybody's trying to get the pieces together because we certainly understand that there are gaps and
yeah,
the information is not flowing fast enough for us to answer it, get the answers to our questions. So we get frustrated. We get together and we try to debate it or do an hypothesis and a test it, and then we start all over again. Um, I do that. I
right.
do that. Sometimes I am on the phone with him, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, "Oh my God, what time is in Mexico? I gotta go to sleep."
Right. That's right.
You know,
Yeah.
and we're
Well, I mean,
talking.
I'm glad you're riding with him. We all need riders. Know that. So I understand. I want to make sure he knows it, and I want to make sure you know it. We
And I
understand.
also want you guys to know that I'm not only writing with him, I'm writing for the purpose of getting justice to Shanquella.
Right. Right.
That's my only thing that I want out of it, to make sure that this girl get justice.
That's what we want to.
We want that too.
Yep.
you know and Miss Liza, we getting ready to wrap up the round table. We definitely appreciate you coming here, and you're always welcome over here. Just know that.
Absolutely.
And again, we may not agree with everything you say, you know
That's
but
okay.
understand this: there will be no disrespect, but I do allow people over here. It's a safe zone, so I do allow people over here to speak their piece. You understand what I mean? I don't There's no disrespect. I don't want you to think that. So you're always welcome
No,
here.
I feel very comfortable. I felt
Good.
respected. I felt here, I was able to listen to your point of view and perspective and understand where you're coming from. And I hope that I have been able to be helpful. And in the
Absolutely.
future, is he provide any more information and you guys have need some clarification, I'm more than willing to come back and answer some questions as long as I know the answers.
Right.
You know,
If you don't mind, can you email us your information? So because I know, like he has the 911 call coming up, and again, I just want to make it clear that anything he put out, we're gonna pick it apart. That's what we do.
and I'm for it. I'm
Yeah.
for it. Trust me.
And I would like for you to help us pick it apart. So
I will have no problem with it. And I'm going to what we could do, I'm going to provide you my number. This is a special number that I took out just for everybody who was calling, because I'm like, wait a minute, you guys are so angry that I got to protect myself because he's in Mexico, but I am in the United States. You know what I mean? I don't want
Right.
nobody putting a target on me. But you feel free to call me at 757.
Wait a minute, hold on, because we live, so
You
everybody in the
live.
chat
I
will have
want to
your
do
number.
that.
I don't
Your
mind.
number.
I don't mind. Wait a minute,
Okay.
you're right, because everybody will be calling and
Yeah,
collapsing my phone.
yeah.
I'm
So
not
I
gonna
don't
do
want to
that.
do you like that, Miss Liza. I really don't.
Yeah,
Um,
I forgot about
Uh,
the craziness.
If you
right.
look in the chat, I'm putting our email addresses in there right now. So if you want to grab that email from out the chat, you can email us
Okay,
that.
and I will do that, and I'll make sure you put an email, and I will email you. It will come from a Yahoo
Yeah.
account,
Okay.
Okay.
because I
Okay.
don't even use my Gmail. So it will come from a Yahoo, and I will give you the information, and I will be more than happy to come back. You know, probably
Yeah.
not on the same day or the following day when you guys are calm down a little. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, trust me, it takes us a minute. And that's one of the things about the round table. We don't jump right on it. So we
Good,
may see some information. So like this 911 call may come out Tuesday, but y'all might not see us till next week, the week after, because we want time to process it.
to
Yeah.
digest.
To
Okay,
us, it ain't about putting it out first. That's not what we about. It's about being able to put it, to pick it apart is what we gonna try to do. And if it take us a week or 2 weeks to do it, then oh well, that's just what it's gonna be.
That's what it is.
okay.
Yeah, because we
I
want
will
to
have
be
no
able to put it
problem.
out.
I will have no
We want to be
problem, and
able to put it out there solid.
that also give me the opportunity to make sure that I understand everything, because I too got
Absolutely.
questions, and like I say, I'd be on the phone asking him, and clarification, because I never been to Mexico. I don't live in Mexico. I'm from Puerto Rico, which follow the similar criminal justice of the United States. So I'm learning too, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's learning from me too. I had to tell him, over here, you got to say allegedly, everybody is
Right.
presumed innocent. I have to help him, because over there in Mexico,
So
it's
you
not
gotta
like
put in
that.
that allegedly. Yeah,
You got to say that
allegedly.
allegedly.
Exactly. And he was surprised. He was like, for real? I'm like, yeah, over here, people will sue you and take away your fancy dog, even if that's the last thing that you have. And I helped him, make sure that he had all his disclaimers. Because, like I say, he's not doing this for no money. He's doing it for help. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So I didn't want him to be out there in the cold. And no, I make sure, as you could hear my voice, I'm sore, because I've been trying to guide him to make sure that he got his proper disclaimer, the fair use, and the viewer discretion advice. Allegedly, presumable. Make sure
Right.
that he got that.
So one of the things I want to clear up, Ms. Liza, what exactly is your connection to him? Are you just somebody who reached out? Are you his assistant? Are you like
You
you
want
are
to tell me
title?
what it was? I was one pissed off Puerto Rican, U.S. Virgin Island, BG, whatever I live right now in the state, that was totally pissed off about the amount of backlash that he was getting, and abusive behavior, and people disrespecting him, calling him Guadalajara and Taco and Cinco de Mayo. And, I'm saying, God, I don't want to get into this, because I'm recovering from a stroke, but I
Right.
got to try to help this man.
Okay.
So I reached out to him, and I explained him that I don't have nothing to do with journalism. I am not trying to get his information. I could wait, but I wanted him to let him know that he needed to be a little bit careful with the translators that people are using, because they're not exactly translating what he's saying, and it's creating a world of trouble, and everybody want to crucify him.
Right. Okay. And I can
And
see
but
that.
basically, he's a stranger to me. We had never met, and
Okay.
I find it in my heart that I needed to help, and especially with the Spanish and in the English, I could do that. I may have a Caribbean accent, because I know I sound like a Jamaican, but I could still speak English very fluently,
Right.
accent
And
on
you
the
do.
accent.
You do. You
So,
really do.
and I'm very fluently in Spanish, because I was born in Puerto Rico, born and raised 27 years, so the least I could do in order to do the justice and help this family, you know what I mean, was to
Right.
help him to be able to navigate the American system so the information will be properly received. You know what I mean?
Right. And one of the things that I will say to you, Miss Liza, is you know, I would assume that he definitely needs somebody like you on his team, right?
Or
But
he called me that I'm part of the team, and I'm like, I was just trying to help you. That was not my intention. Yeah, he said I'm family, and he made me part of the team, and I'm like, hey, I just here to help you. I'm not part of the team, but I'm there for you. I do whatever I can.
right, as you
You
should.
know, and
I
I'm happy
respect.
to do it because, it's like I say, I'm just recovering in front of stroke, and it gives me some sense of purpose that I'm doing something positive, to help another human being. But there's nothing in
Right.
it for me.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, Miss Liza. I ain't even mad at you. I'm not even mad at you. I respect it. I try to respect everybody, their opinions, their channels, whatever it is they got going on. I stay in my lane, see. But again, I question everything. And at this point, we're still trying to get the details. So I mean, naturally, that's what we do in these YouTube streets. We break down the details. But like I
And
said,
I
you're,
also want to say I invite you guys to come tomorrow to his live. That way you could hear it from you directly from here to
oh, we
him,
always there. We
and
in the
you
bushes.
formulate your own questions and opinions. Because a lot of people keep hearing it from secondhand, and as you hear it
Right,
directly from him, you're able to have more clear questions.
right. We'll definitely be there. We we
I
we
look.
stay in the bushes. We trust me, the round table, we're always watching. We may not say anything, but trust and believe we watching. So we'll definitely be there for sure. Um, but understand this, we're gonna pick it apart. And
That's all
so I
right.
want to end.
And I will be riding right there with you to have a mature, meaningful conversation,
Yeah,
because I myself be trying to scratch my ear, trying to understand, what is going on. If it was me, I already have De La Rosa here with me, because just like you, I get roadblock. You know what I mean? I question too.
yeah. Good, good. And if it don't make sense, I don't care where it's coming from. Question it. You know. But yeah, we're gonna get ready to wrap this up. And Miss Liza, I just want you to know that we appreciate you showing up. And if you get with him, if he wants to join us at the round table, he's more than welcome. If he wants the round table to come to his channel, we going. Guess what? We gonna go. So
Okay.
you can relay that message to him. Because like I said, at the end of the day, we're just trying to figure out how
He
this happened
he
and what
he,
happened.
he even had me betting which places he can come. Because like I said, you can go to everybody's houses. You got to be
Absolutely.
careful.
Yeah. He's welcome over here. He can come here and because again, we just want to get to the truth. We ain't came over here to put no target on his back or any of that. We just want the truth. And unfortunately for him, right now, he's the only one putting this information out here. So I mean, that's all we got. We got to ride with what we got. But yeah, we gonna
And
wrap it up. Ms. Liza, I do appreciate you coming. You just don't know how much it meant. We had a whole presentation, y'all. I'm just saying. Ms. Liza threw us, right? She threw us
Yeah.
a little bit. We was able still to touch on some things that we wanted to talk about, but
I know I saw your reaction when you realized that the intruder was in your home.
intruder.
Yeah, the intruder, like, we have an invasion. We have an invasion. But no, I
Yeah,
came in peace. I came in peace, and I really enjoyed the panel. And I have much respect for you guys. And I hope that we can continue collaborating to help this young lady get her justice. And also, I
absolutely.
wanted to say there have been other several cases of people who've been on a live in the past few weeks. December 19th, this week was another one that, he's not just working the Shanquella case, he's also
Oh,
working the other disappearance of Americans. So I welcome you to go in into his own stuff and get the information about the other American citizens that are on a live. There's a 23-year-old guy that came to visit his daughter, and didn't made it out. And another one was found on, he went to deliver something that he sold on the Facebook marketplace, didn't made it out. So I just want you to know that this is not about money or he becoming rich. He genuinely doing it, trying to help the gap of what's going on with in Mexico with American citizens.
Right. And tell him, and at the end of the day, even outside of this case, if it's anything that we can do here at the round table to help him, we're more than willing to do that. But again, this is just how we work. We pick apart the details. And like I said, there's some details about this case that me, Boss, and John don't agree on. And it's okay. And that's why it was important for us to create this safe zone where people can come, again, like I said, can come and voice their opinions. But again, we're gonna get ready to wrap it up. We appreciate everybody coming. Miss Liza, we appreciate you being here, and you're always welcome here at the round table.
Yeah.
And for all my Capricorns in the building, we appreciate y'all. And enjoy your birthday, because I'm gonna enjoy mine. Okay. So
Happy New Year to everyone.
Yeah, and Happy New Year to
same to you.
everybody.
Thank you, Miss Liza.
Already, I will see you guys. Good night.
Okay, good night and Happy New
Good
Year.
night.
Like I said, I'm glad everybody came out, to Miss Liza threw us. We didn't know Miss Liza was gonna be here, but we just want the truth. That's it. We ain't came to. Yeah, that's it. Ain't nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
So, regardless of how you feel, like I said, this here is a safe zone. So when we have these roundtables, everybody's welcome. Everybody. But we ain't gonna hold y'all too much longer. Again, we appreciate all y'all being here. It was glad to see all of y'all, because it's been a minute. We ain't been at the roundtable in a minute, but again, we come when new information has been released. We ain't jumping on all the rumors. We don't do that. That's just not what we do. And have you seen us podcast? We appreciate you. I appreciate you, baby. She said, lock all their asses up. It is what it is. And y'all know we about to get ready to ride on up out of here. Boss, John, did y'all want to say anything before we slide on out?
Salute.
Well, I want to say Happy New Year, much love, and thank everyone for coming to tonight's roundtable.
Hold on. My homie had something to say though. Hold on. What you said?
Like, come on, bro. Y'all niggas is really stupid. The bitches is stupid. The old ladies, all of y'all are stupid.
Why you said that shit, bro? You so ignorant. You ignorant.
Nazir, what are you doing in here?
Oh my God, y'all stupid. Y'all play too much. But yeah, we gonna get out of here. And y'all know we riding out. We riding out to our theme song now. So much love to y'all, and we see y'all at the next round table. We riding, baby.
Body to beat global.
Khalil, you going crazy.
Talk to you niggas a minute. I gotta get nigga the business. A lot of you niggas, you softer than bitches. And too many bitches beginning to switch. I'm sick of this shit. We bigger than who the fuck taking a trip, then killing they friends. Y'all niggas some cowards, you can't be a man. If they could start over, they do it again. Damn. Now none of you niggas thought about a fam. First thing they do is pulling out a cam. Truth is, you don't really give a damn. Then you go lie to the mother and tell her some shit that you know that she'll never believe. Ain't no damn alcohol pours and try to avoid. I hope that you never get peace. You bitches are weak. Who want them a friend like Malik? I know that nigga can't sleep. This shit done got deep. And them bitches was playing for keeps. What you did come with a fee. It was left up to me. Shit, I better not speak. I don't want them looking for me. And Deja, they hope that you praying for peace. The way that you look, you's a man to me. And catch hands from me. Nowadays, these niggas switch up. Either that or they gon' bitch up. You show love, but you can't get love. Most of these niggas ain't shit, bro. Big facts, I ain't lying about shit, bro. See the fake and the real don't mix, bro. If you real, go ahead, nigga, get them up. Fake ass nigga, sit down, you ain't did enough. Screaming out, Quella. He lame, that hoe be jealous. And you suck sucker niggas need to do better. They claim that they real, but a nigga can't tell it. So we screaming out Quilla, Quilla. Let's go. Quilla, Quilla. Turn up one time. Quilla, Quilla. Nigga don't need love. Quilla, Quilla. So we screaming out Quilla. I know you're not scared now, bitch. Somebody should've did that shit. You should've left alone in the bed, little bitch. You know that you wrong. I can't stand that little bitch. Like you bitches was planning this shit. We need some answers. Don't panic, little bitch. And after you did all that damage and shit, then when they gon' put her little hands in this shit? I hope they handle the bitch. Like you won't speak up, little weak teacup. Bitch won't beef from the beef seeker. Bitch, you can hide, but they gon' reach ya. Niggas don't listen, but I'm gon' teach ya. This is the same as they did Nika. We gon' let the bitch burn, gon' get the ether. Cook her like dope, put her in the beaker. If the feds can't get you, then the goons gon' reach you. Quilla ain't deserve this shit. Nope, we done got the word a little bit. Everybody heard this shit. Ain't nobody fucking with you, we gon' curve this bitch. This ain't no accident, bitch, this is murder. Trash your little bitch, yeah, we coming to serve. You come from a circus, looking so nerve. Now tell me, was it really? Nowadays, these niggas switch up. Either that or they gon' bitch up. You show love, but you can't get love. Most of these niggas ain't shit, bro. Big facts, I ain't lying about shit, bro. See the fake and the real don't mix, bro. If you real, go ahead, nigga, get them up. Fake ass nigga, sit down, you ain't did enough. We screaming out Quilla, 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 Quilla. These lame ass hoes be jealous. And you sucker niggas need to do better. They claim that they real, but a nigga can't tell it. So we screaming out Quilla, Quilla. Let's go. Quilla, Quilla. Turn up one time. Quilla, Quilla. Nigga don't need love. Quilla, Quilla. So we screaming out Quilla. So we screaming out Quilla. Nigga don't need love. So we screaming